Hello everyone, Earl Henderson, Primordial Defense. Thank you for watching. I have another Monday quarterback video for you. I'm going to play this video and talk about things that are going on, a bit explain what's going on, and talk about things that I think that are being done right and or done wrong. This video comes out of Wisconsin. There is no spokesperson for this video giving an explanation about what is going on or anything like that. Wisconsin's Department of Justice conducted this investigation after an officer-involved shooting occurred, and they released body cam footage of four different officers, and they also released crime scene photographs from the scene itself and also from the suspect's hotel room and some other things. So this video will be rather lengthy. I will start with the body camera footage of the incident itself, and I will do the breakdown of that incident like I normally do. Then I'll go into the other body cam footage and break those down, and then I will go into the crime scene photographs, show you all those, have some commentary on that stuff. Then I'll go into the full report, and the full report is like 300 pages long, and there's some interesting information in that report as well. For example, the suspect was a former police officer. And at that, he was a former chief of police. So this is a very odd kind of scenario, I guess you could say, with the person involved. It's not a typical thing to see former police officers, or especially former police chiefs, acting this way. So lots of information in the that I'm going to do for you. So here's a news article kind of giving you some background on what's going on. This comes from the Wisconsin Rapids Tribune. A Grand Rapids officer involved in a shooting death of a 69-year-old Grand Rapids man, April 21, will not be charged. On Friday afternoon, the Department of Justice issued a notice that Wood County District Attorney Craig Lambert recently issued a decision that charges would not be filed in the shooting death of William F. Voelker. According to reports from the DOJ, at 10:57 p.m. April 21, Voelker was walking down the road in the 3100 block of Airport Avenue when a Grand Rapids officer stopped to talk to him. Voelker was wanted on suspicion of bail jumping. During the conversation, the officer told Voelker he was looking for him for bail jumping, and Voelker unzipped his jacket and reached inside for a handgun. The officer warned Voelker to stop or the officer would shoot. Voelker said he wanted the officer to shoot and pulled out the gun. The officer shot Voelker, then moved behind a squad car, reloaded his gun, and called for help. All right, so that's it. Let's jump into the video. There's nothing wrong with your audio. This body camera is in buffer mode. You will hear audio kick in a little bit.
Working off some anxious energy.
I recognize you.
Yeah.
Where are you staying at?
Oh, at Naples Hotel.
Oh, okay.
Hotel.
You sure about that?
Oh, I got the card.
Well, because we've been looking for you.
What for?
For bail jumping.
Bail jumping?
Yeah.
What did I do?
You went back to your house when you're not supposed to.
I never been back to the house.
We've got multiple complaints. You've been back there.
Never in the house. Honest to God.
376 County. It's William Voelker.
Oh, come on.
Don't you dare reach for that gun. I swear to God, I'll shoot you.
I want you to shoot me, you know.
Don't.
That.
376 Wood County. Shots fired. Shots fired. William, throw the gun away. I need to get you some help, brother. Throw the gun away. Throw the gun away. I need to get you some help. William, throw the gun away. 376 Wood County, subject's down. He had a firearm on his left hip, reached for it. I can't see it now. Roll EMS, have him stage. 32nd and Grove. Notify 371, 370.
/Grove. Log update. Subject down.
376, get Rapids to close down airport at like 26 if they can spare somebody. And I need somebody behind me to close down airport. William, can you hear me? William! William! William, can you hear me? There's the gun right there on the ground. William, I want to get you some help. Can you hear me? You can hear me? I want to get you some help. Do you have another gun? William, do you have another gun? William, do you have another gun? William, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm standing right in the middle of the lane. I should be right in front of you. I got him at gunpoint. He hasn't moved. I've got eyes on the weapon. William, I want to get you some help, buddy, but I need you to know that you don't have another gun. William, I need to know if you have another gun, man. I want to get you some help. William, are you still with me, man? Shake your leg if you can still hear me. William, shake your leg if you can still hear me. The gun's right here, Brandon. William, can you hear me? You got cuffs?
Yeah.
All right. I just saw him lurch a second ago. I don't know if he's still with us, though. .376 Wood County, 1095.
Need a flashlight and extra gloves.
My flashlight fell down behind my squad there when I boogied over. The gun's right there.
Leave it. You don't got extra gloves?
You want me to grab a med kit, Brandon?
Yep.
All right. Here you go. What do you want me to do? You stand back for now?
Sure.
Okay. Motherfuck. damn it, man.
Let's go. I got you, buddy.
Why did he fucking do that?
I got you, buddy.
Why did he do that?
Let's go, man. Let's go. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Ah!
You want to sit in my car?
Sure.
All right, it's right here.
They're gonna need my gun probably.
Yeah, well, we'll worry about other stuff right now. We're gonna make sure that you're okay.
Son of a bitch.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. He freaking did that on purpose. Right before he tried to draw the pistol, he said, "You're just look like you're gonna. I want you to fucking kill me or something like that." And then I could just barely see the buttstock of it, and he reached in and started to grab for it. And
Yeah. Just take a deep breath.
God damn it.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Just him, right?
Yeah, it was just him.
All right.
I don't know where he freaking got it. We were supposed to take away all his guns.
You don't. Oh, you don't.
Huh?
I'm not gonna.
We know him.
that's fine.
We know him. We've
Just,
been, yeah.
You want me to give Mel a call?
Yeah, I told him to call 371 and 370. I don't know if they started calling all that or not.
All right. All right, just take a deep breath.
Of course, we're gonna have some freaking looky-loo coming down. Unless that's freaking gross grates.
Are you guys in WPTA or no?
Yeah. Yeah. That's medic. She's medical. That's Downs. She's a paramedic.
25, are we on team? 25, this works.
I'm assuming they called Matt.
I'm assuming so.
I'll give him a call here just to make sure. You want to get him out of here right away? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want tape? Hey, you want tape? You want to tape it off?
I guess just if we got it blocked off in all directions, right?
Right.
32nd, 28th, and then if we can.
Hey,
just
the
block
gun and everything, I haven't touched anything. It's all laying right there. I don't know where my mag went. I got a mag missing too.
We'll worry about that later. Okay, I'm here with Eric right now. Is there anything you want me to do, or just sit tight with him for now? We're on airport 31st, basically between 31st and 32nd on airport. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Bye.
You want me to take him out of here? Or?
No,
Oh, we're gonna hang out.
we'll wait here. Mel's gonna show up. I'll give Rich from the union a heads up.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
You want to sit down anywhere? Or?
I'm good. I need to walk around or I'm gonna start shaking like crazy.
You need water or?
I literally was drinking water when I saw him walking. I didn't know who it was at first, but then once I got out and looked at him, I was like, oh, it's William. Hey man, we've been looking for you. And then shit went sideways from there. William Voelker.
Well, I just stopped at Quick Trip, so I got drinks in there. Help yourself.
I'm good for now.
I got corn dogs. If you like corn dogs.
I'm good. All right. I appreciate it.
No problem. Yeah. Well, let me know if you need anything.
I don't even know if he got a shot off or not. My squad should be right in front of, should be right there.
Okay. Well, as long as you don't have any holes in here, we're okay.
Well,
I don't see anything. I can look you over.
damn it, man.
I didn't have the number, so
Okay.
I just let Voelker know.
Yeah.
He's gonna give him a call and try and meet at the printer.
How you doing, bud?
I'm all right. I'm just,
You take a knee?
I'm trying to. I sat in Drew's squad for a second. So he was just walking down the road, and you know, it's the middle of the night, like we normally do. We stop out and check on people.
Yep.
And I saw it was William Voelker, and I said, "Hey, man, we've been looking for you." And he said, "For what?" And I said, "Well, we've got bail jumping charges for you." And then he did this and started to reach, and I saw a handgun on a shoulder holster or something right here.
Okay.
And I said, I drew my weapon. I said, "Don't reach for that." I said, "Or I will shoot you." And he said, "Well, then you're gonna have to fucking shoot me." And he reached for it, and that was that.
So are you hurt at all?
I'm not. I don't think so. Drew looked me over. He said I'm not hit. I don't know if he even got a shot off, but the gun was laying right in front of me after everything. From what it sounds like. I heard CPR in progress, and then, you know, obviously everybody started showing up. So
All right.
Brandon was the first one here. Got him cuffed.
Sorry, I didn't recognize.
No, you're all good.
Got the lights in my eyes, couldn't see.
okay.
But so my first thing is I want to know you're okay.
I'm
Mel just checked on.
I'm
so he'll be
upset.
here. Well, you got to do what you got to do, man.
But you know, I'm missing a magazine, and I dropped my flashlight, which I found, but I can't find my magazine. So
Let me just, Gunner, if you would stay with him, I'm just going to go check on Mr. Voelker.
and then
You want to open up?
huh?
I'm going to open up the tailgate. So
Sure. Yeah.
That would be great for now. And then I'm going to check on him.
Yeah. Can you please go somewhere else?
Well, yeah, I live right here.
Yeah. Somebody will fill you in later. I'm waiting for Chief to tell me if I can turn my body camera off or not.
I just needed mine.
Just you know, for advice, dude, just only talk, you know, until because you don't want to give too many details.
No.
I just
Wait for DCI or whatever.
yeah, because right now, you know, I know how you feel to an extent. You know, you're very worked up, and just try to relax. And
Obviously, I need to give some sort of statement so they understand what happened, but then
Definitely,
the rest of it, I'm just gonna. That's Chief right there, so I'm just gonna wait for him to tell me I can.
So
if I can turn this off, and then what the deal is next.
Yeah.
So
you'll give what's called a community service statement. Just who, what, where, why, when, just so we know where to collect evidence.
Yep.
And then from there, you know, you'll probably go back to the PD at Grand Rapids, meet with the union rep, and then, you know, you'll do a more formal interview after. They usually wait a couple sleep cycles. So just take a deep breath.
I'll be on administrative leave for the time being. Hey, Dave. He's right there.
Thanks. They're all up there.
Who's that? Is there anybody I need to answer? Rich Burke.
That is.
Alright, should I turn my camera off?
No, just let me.
Alright. Hey, Rich, I'm still rolling with an active body camera. Yeah. Yeah, so far so good. I am. I'm sitting in the back of Rapids Police Squad right now.
Not in the back.
Or not in the back, but like on the tailgate. Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, will do. There. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So he must have gotten told to turn his camera off there. All right, let's go back into the beginning. So from what he said, he was driving, saw this guy walking, and that he was going to stop and get out with him and check on him. And that was when he noticed the guy was someone that they had been looking for, someone who was wanted. I cannot remember off the top of my head what exactly it was that he had been charged with. I'll get into that information when I go into the investigative report. There's like 317 pages or something like that. But it had something to do with him and his ex-wife. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was. But anyway, so the officer had recognized him. Now, I don't know how big this town is. It could be that, in a given week, maybe they have like one or two people who are wanted. In a month, they got like just a handful of people who are wanted, and it's easy to remember the wanted people and have the pictures of them. Other places, there's so many people who are wanted, it could be difficult to remember every single one of them. Or it could have just been that, that one week they were going through the wanted list, and they picked a few that they were going to all try to hit on that week, clear those, go to a next, set of wanted people, and clear those and go to another set. Don't know, but he recognized the guy, which is good on him, and informed him that he was wanted and was going to take him into custody. The guy reaches for his gun and makes the statement that the officer's going to have to shoot him. So this is very clearly an incident where a person forces a police officer to use deadly physical force against them with the intentions of dying from it. There is some information in that investigative report that kind of lead to the discovery of that idea in his head that he's thinking about unaliving himself, and there were some comments in text messages, etc., that kind of painted the picture that he's been thinking about unaliving himself. And I think that it was just in this moment that he knew he was going to be taken back into custody. Things were just going to be going south again from there. And I guess he just figured this was the opportunity that he was looking for. I guess he thought that this was the end of the road for him. He's going to do this thing and force the officer to do that. And that sucks. It sucks both ways. It sucks that the officer has to be forced into doing this. The officer did not want to do this. You could even tell later on in the video where he began to have a moment of, I wouldn't say breaking down, but you could tell he had a moment where it got to him. Contrary to anti-police people's beliefs, police aren't out there wanting to kill people. If they were, there'd be a whole lot more dead people today than what there is. There aren't police out there who just want to go shoot people. There are many incidents where there are ample opportunities for officers to shoot, and they just don't do it. So it's actually kind of the opposite. A lot of cops just aren't wanting to go shoot people. A lot of cops are just really unwilling to shoot people. And it sucks for this guy that, this was his answer. Like, this was the solution to his problem, to self-terminate and be done with it. It's obviously not something that was just a spur-of-the-moment kind of thinking, which, that can happen, like some of these people who get caught after doing heinous crimes, they'll check out if they can. Something like this has been something that's been in the back of this guy's head. He's been thinking about it. And to get in that headspace and be thinking about those things, the amount of depression that a person would be in, the emotional pain that they would be in, thinking of themselves so less that they're better off dead. Like that's fucking torturous. I mean, to be in that headspace, that mental head fuck, like that sucks that he had to go through that. And then the action itself, whatever pain he may have felt with those multiple rounds going into his body, yeah. So you can't see it very well from the body cam footage because the camera is in a fixed position, and what the camera sees is not necessarily everything that the officer does or does not see. So the officer was able to see with his own eye a gun down in this guy's jacket. And it's a good thing that he saw it too, or else this guy could have potentially shot the officer. I don't necessarily think that this was a matter of this guy's going to shoot the officer and then try to take his car or run away or something like that. I really do think this was a matter of him wanting to unalive himself.
Don't you dare reach for that gun. I swear to God, I'll shoot you.
I want you to shoot me, you know.
Don't. I'll shoot you.
I want you to shoot me. You know.
Don't.
You can start to see a little bit of the gun right there. Once he turns, you can see the magazine.
Don't you dare reach for that.
There you go. You can see the gun right there.
That gun, I swear to God, I'll shoot you.
I want you to shoot me, you know.
Don't.
And then boom, gun right there.
376 Wood County, shots fired, shots fired! Reach for that gun, I swear to God, I'll shoot you.
I want you to shoot me, you know.
Don't. That gun, I swear to God, I'll shoot
County, it's William Voelker.
Oh, come on.
Don't you dare reach for that gun, I swear to God, I'll shoot you.
So at this point, he has a light in his non-dominant hand, and he has his weapon in his dominant hand. He has a weapon-mounted light on that gun. It does not appear as though he has a grip switch on that, or else I think the light could have been activated one-handed at this point, and likely would have been. So the only other way that he could activate that light on that pistol is by using his finger to hit the rocker switch and turn it into the on position. If he's going to be keeping that other flashlight in his hand, that's not a good option, in my opinion. That finger needs to be solely dedicated to just the trigger on that gun. So what I think would have been a better option is for him to jettison that handheld light, just immediately drop it to the ground, go to his two-handed grip on the gun, and his thumb hit the rocker switch on that weapon-mounted light, activate it, and use that from there. Basically, what he has had to do at this point is shoot his handgun one-handed. He is very close, and at this close range, shooting one-handed, you should be able to hit your target. But I'm going to say that he did not hit this guy with every single round that he fired. And I knew this before reading some of the report, because historically, looking at past gunfights, there is a very high rate of instances where rounds are missed in a gunfight, especially involving handguns. I forget how many rounds they end up finding in the ground, but they did recover some bullets from the ground that did not go into this guy. And that's the problem with handguns, is they're just not that accurate, even at this super close range. They have a very short barrel, and you only get one point of contact on that gun to help stabilize it, and that's not really doing much of anything. You can improve your accuracy on the gun by using your support hand. Get a good two-handed grip on that gun, make it a more solid shooting platform for that gun, reduce as much movement into that gun as possible, and increase your accuracy. Get better shot placement. This is also why I am a fan of the grip switch. You can activate that one-handed. All you have to do is just squeeze your middle and index fingers on that gun. Just squeeze inwards a little bit more, add a little bit more pressure, and boom, that light activates. So that, I think, would have been beneficial for him to be able to draw that gun one-handed, point it at him, and by just squeezing it, activate that light, jettison that flashlight out of his hand, go to a solid two-handed grip, and then when it's time to do work, do work.
For that gun, I swear to God, I'll shoot you.
I want you to shoot me, you know.
Don't.
He's like, say no more.
376, what county? Shots fired! Shots fired!
He moves to a position where he is putting an object between him and the bad guy. He's taking cover at this point. Are vehicles great cover? No, they're not. They suck. But he's in the middle of nowhere almost. There's nothing around there for him to take cover behind. So guess what? It is the vehicle he's going to have to go behind. He fired the slide lock. He has a 45 caliber Glock. I forget what model that is and how many rounds it fires, but he fired all rounds, fired the slide lock, and he has to perform a reload, an emergency reload. He does that, gets his gun back in the fight, and reassesses his target.
MS, have him stage, 30-second and grow.
So his weapon-mounted light has a strobe function on it. I'm not the biggest fan of strobe function on fighting lights. I don't see the point in them. If you're going to have a strobe function, it just needs to be on a utility light, and in my opinion, the only time it needs to be used is for signaling purposes. There's no real true tactical use out of it as far as like blinding a person with strobe light. Like, it's stupid talk. It really is. Now, I'm not saying light itself can't be used against a person. Yeah, you can most certainly use light against a person. But constant on versus strobe, there's no difference. You're still going to cause some degree of involuntary eye closure, the person averting their eyes away from the bright light. But there's no advantage of having a strobe versus just constant on. All it does is make the light flash. That's it. For a weapon-mounted light, definitely don't think that strobe light needs to be on there. It just needs to be constant on, in my opinion.
Notify 371, 370.
flash drone. Logging updated. Found subject down there.
370.
So I'm not sure what he was doing when he opened the door. I thought maybe he had a plan to turn on his spotlight to provide illumination, but he doesn't do it. So I don't know what he was doing going to the car like that.
26, get Rapids to close down airport at like 26 if they can spare somebody. And I need somebody behind me to close down airport. William, can you hear me?
So he's doing pretty good with thinking ahead, thinking about securing that scene, where vehicles need to park at to block off this section of road because it is now a crime scene. So he is doing pretty well with his forebrain, being able to operate under this extreme stress of fight or flight. It varies from person to person on how well they can start using their forebrain at better capacity right after a life or death kind of scenario. And typically people who have had some degree of training tend to do better. It's called stress inoculation. And if you do things that simulate these kind of scenarios, your brain is exposed to it in a way that it's almost like it's actually happened before. And so it's not something new that the brain gets all confused on. It's like, oh shit, what do we do? You've already experienced that before. You've already gone through those adrenaline dumps. So this is a huge, huge reason why force-on-force training is so important. Force-on-force training is the closest you can get to a gunfight without actually being in a gunfight. It allows you to use the marking guns against a live opponent who is trying to outsmart you, who's trying to win against you. And it triggers the brain into responding in fight or flight mode, just like it would in real life, or at least as close to as it would, like it would in real life. So I don't know the full amount of training that he's had, but it's obvious that he has had some degree of training, and he's had some degree of stress inoculation to where this is not something that is totally blowing his mind and is causing him to be staying in midbrain zone. His forebrain is able to stay in that forefront, I guess you could say, and keep a more dominant role.
William! William! William, can you hear me? There's the gun right there on the ground.
So I'm assuming that he's just speaking out loud for the camera to record what's being said, because otherwise there's no one else there for him to be talking to.
I want to get you some help. Can you hear me?
I like where his mindset is at, wanting to make sure that he does not have another gun. Just because you see one gun laying on the ground that was theirs, it doesn't mean that was their one and only. They could have another gun. Just because they're laying on the ground appearing to be unconscious does not mean that they're actually they're actually unconscious. They could be playing possum. They could be waiting for you to get up there, roll them over, and then boom, they got another gun, and poppity pop pop pop, they fire rounds into you because they don't want to die alone.
Will, your gun. I should be ready. William, I need. He'll hear me. Not gonna go. I don't know if he's still with us though.
So he gets here.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Can you hear me? You got...
He shows up with a rifle. Good on him. That is actually one of my biggest chief complaints when it comes to these Monday quarterback videos. Officers neglecting to get rifles out when they need to be getting them out. This officer heard the shots fired call. He's responding to a call where an officer has had to use deadly physical force against another person. So he is bringing the right tool to this call. A rifle is what you want in a gunfight. If you know you're going to a gunfight, bring a rifle and bring your friends with rifles. That's gunfighting 101. Rifles dominate gunfights. Rifles are far superior to pistols. Pistols suck. They really do. The only reason why we carry pistols is because they're comfortable and they're convenient, and they also can cause incapacitation with threats. But they don't do that great of a job at incapacitating as rifles do. Rifles are not comfortable and convenient to carry around on a daily basis. You can carry a pistol for 8, 10, 12, 16 hours out of the day, and it doesn't get that super uncomfortable. A rifle, on the other hand, just a few hours, just an hour of wearing a rifle, like, you start to feel it. Like, it's, the sling digs into your neck. It's just you got to manage it dangling to the front of you or off to the side, and you gotta be more conscious of it and maintain more control of it when you're just walking around doing things. And make sure you're not bumping it into things and going through doorways. Make sure it's not bumping into the doorway and hitting the sights and stuff like that. You just always have to be constantly be keeping your mind pretty much on that rifle, whereas with a pistol, that's not the case. So I like how he brings the rifle to this gunfight. So he did right by that. The only thing I don't like is he decides to sling his rifle and be the one to go hands-on. Between the two of these guys, he has the better weapon. He has the rifle. He needs to keep rifle on the threat, and this officer here who shot needs the glove up and go cuff this guy. It makes no sense to me to put the rifle down and only keep a pistol in a potential gunfight. It would be like on a racetrack deciding that you're not going to use the V8 engine, you're just going to use the 4-cylinder. Like, why?
William, can you hear me? You got cuffs?
Yeah.
All right. I just saw him lurch a second ago. I don't know if he's still with us, though.
So it looks like he only has one pair of gloves. Why is that? Well, I would suspect that he probably used the other glove for something else. Picking up some evidence, maybe. Using it to pick up something that was dirty that he didn't want to put his hands on. And he just forgot to replace that glove. You should always have medical grade gloves on you at all times. You never know when you're going to have to be dealing with someone who has bodily fluids on them, whether that's blood, snot, mucus, urine, feces, copious amounts of sweat and body junk. You never know when you're going to have to touch nasty things. And it's not just, because it's just, a nasty, gross kind of thing when it comes to bodily fluids. It's because those bodily fluids can contain some very deadly pathogens. HIV, AIDS, hepatitis. You don't want to catch that stuff. It is life-changing and potentially life-ending. So always have a pair of gloves on you. They are glove pouch devices, glove pouches that go on the duty belt. You can hold 2 pairs. I think every gear duty belt gear manufacturer makes glove pouches, and at least makes glove pouches that hold 2 pairs. So, and they can go right in the small of the back. It doesn't take up a whole lot of room at all. So really no excuse whatsoever for not having more than 1 pair of gloves on you. I'll mute that because there's not much else from the audio that is useful for us right now. All right. Oops. Back this up. Pause it. Boom. So this guy has taken his rifle off of him and now put it on the deck. Not a big fan of that whatsoever. I don't know what kind of sling he was utilizing. He might have been utilizing a 1-point sling. It's kind of hard to tell for sure what he had. When he walks up with his rifle and we can see the silhouette of it, I don't see anything coming from the front of it that makes me think he has a sling on to the front in a 1-point configuration. It just looks like he has a sling right here at the receiver area, making this a 1-point sling. And this is the problem with a 1-point sling. You can't really sling that rifle behind you and stow it away or cinch it up into your body to keep it secured. A 1-point sling, it just dangles a whole lot. It's like wearing a low-hanging necklace. It dangles everywhere. And because of that, he ended up taking it off and laying it on the ground. That's not a good place for your rifle to be at. You need to be maintaining control of your rifle at all times. So this is why I believe that 2-point slings are what are needed for rifles. I think they're far superior to 1-point slings. 1-point slings, I just don't see the use in them. You can take a 2-point sling and you can just throw it around your neck and sort of utilize it similar to a 1-point sling. And then when you need to utilize it like a 2-point sling, you can fish your arm back into it. If you've got the tactical kind of sling with a cinch on it, you can cinch it in, tighten it up against your body where it's not going to be moving around a whole lot, or you can push it off to the side or keep pushing it around where the rifle is across your back in a traditional slung rifle kind of configuration, and use both hands for whatever it is you need to use both hands for. No need to be putting your rifle on the ground like that. So he runs back to the car to grab the medical kit and then drops it off there with him. So this looks like just a BLS bag, basic life support bag. It's just going to have your basic trauma stuff in there. These side pouches probably have a stethoscope and a blood pressure cuff and stuff like that in there. This is a good general purpose first aid kit, I guess you could say, because it has a lot of stuff in there. But I don't know what's on the inside. I don't know if it's packed with enough stuff to make it a real true trauma bag. Some agencies will buy things like this to throw into vehicles, to say they got the first aid kit in there and they got something a little bit better than just the little white first aid box that has Band-Aids in it. But these things don't normally contain the type of things that you would want. They don't come stock with chest seals and tourniquets and stuff like that. They've got if they might have compressed gauze in there, but they most likely have like Curlex gauze pads in there, like an Ace bandage wrap kind of thing, a cold compress. They will have an assortment of Band-Aids in there, some ointments, stethoscope, blood pressure cuff, glucose, triangular bandage, emergency blanket, that kind of stuff in here. It's good stuff, but then again, it's not what you want. It's not solely what you want for gunshot wounds. So this may or may not be useful for dealing with those kind of traumatic injuries. When it comes to dealing with penetrating trauma, either from bullets or knives, you need some more specific, specialized medical equipment or gear. You need occlusive dressings or chest seals. You need tourniquets. You need compressed gauze, or gauze with hemostatic agent in there. You need hemostatic agent itself. Those things are going to be able to help stop the blood flow coming out of the body. When it comes to these battlefield type injuries from small arms, massive hemorrhaging is what leads to people's deaths. It's one of the number one things that leads to people's deaths. Next would be airway issues. So you've got to be able to stop that bleeding. And if a first aid kit just has some gauze pads in there and stuff like that, that's not going to go very far with stopping bleeding. So you need specific gear for that. He asks him, what else he needs, what's he need to go do. He's kind of looking to this guy now for answers. We do see this guy has rank on his arms. These appear to be two separate entities. So these two are with one agency. They're with the Wood County Sheriff. This guy, Eric, he is with Grand Rapids Police. So he's looking to a totally different agency to be telling him what to be doing. I found that rather peculiar. I don't really see the need in asking another agency what you need to be doing. It's you figure out what you're going to be doing. You make that call. He goes and separates himself from everybody, and being separated from everything going on following an officer-involved shooting or self-defense shooting is a normal thing to be doing. Some places put a very big emphasis on immediately doing it, like right after. And I don't really necessarily see the point in that. If there's not enough people in place to cover things, that person who did the shooting may still have to continue to be there and fulfill some functions before being able to be relieved from that immediate scene. So some places they'll immediately do it. Other places the officer may do some things there, and then once more people are there, they will be taken off to the side and separated from what's going on. It's in a person's best interest not to be making a whole lot of statements following a shooting. And the reason behind that is under fight or flight response, you experience multiple physiological and psychological changes. So what you're feeling right now, what you're able to do with your brain right now is under cool, calm conditions. If you've ever been to a haunted house and had the shit scared out of you, if you've ever been in a car wreck, a significant car wreck, not like a little fender bender that, didn't really get your heart rate up. You've been in a rollover, something, super scary, super serious. You've been in a fight before, then you probably already know what I'm talking about with what that does to your head and being able to recall specific things right after it happened. it is difficult for a lot of people after experiencing trauma like that to recall exactly what happened step by step by step. It usually takes a couple of sleep cycles for that person to be able to collect their thoughts and be able to piece those things together step by step by step. And even then, there's some things they may not even remember from the incident. There's things like auditory exclusion that occur. Some people don't hear the gunshots. They don't hear their own gun firing. There's things like time distortion. People will see things as if they're kind of like in super slow motion. They may see things like it's just happening super fast. They may remember like these random intrusive thoughts. Like they could be standing there and there could be some song playing in the background, and for whatever reason, like that sticks out to them and they remember that one detail, but they couldn't tell you what color shoes the person had on. So little weird things like that can happen. And if you try to give a statement, a full-on statement right after something happened, then you could inadvertently leave out certain details because you're not thinking of them. And then later on, when you give another statement, well, guess what? Now it gives the appearance that your story has changed. And when that happens, attorneys start getting super happy about that, because then that gives them something to play with and manipulate. So this guy's estate, they can get an attorney, try to go after this officer. Their attorney could be looking at statements that he made right at the beginning, and then look at statements he made 2 days later and be like, well, you at first you said this and this is what happened, but then the second statement you made, you completely changed your story. Why are you lying? What do you have to hide? Was this really self-defense or this is murder? It looks like you're trying to hide something. Why wasn't your first statement like your second statement? Are you incompetent? Can you not remember these things? That can look bad in a court. Juries will look at that, and juries don't understand these things. Juries are they're common lay people. They don't know the intricacies of fight or flight. And when it comes down to court stuff, it's all about appearances and it's putting on a show. Like there's some of the truth and the science is involved, but a lot of it just comes down to who puts on a better presentation. And something like that could go a long way in making you look bad. So don't give full-on statements right after an incident has occurred. Wait a couple sleep cycles before giving full-on statements. Now, does that mean that you can't say anything at all? No, that doesn't mean that. You can point out things like, hey, if you look over here behind that vehicle of mine, you're going to find a magazine from my pistol. Look over there. You may find a knife that he was holding. It may have slid under that car over there. So you can point things out. You can say little things to assist those investigators on the scene with collecting all the appropriate evidence that they need to be collecting. And then later, when it is safer for you to do so, you can make a full-on statement. Immediately following a shooting, you're under the influence of a drug. And that drug's called adrenaline. You can say some jittery things when you're under the effects of adrenaline. You can say things off the cuff that you normally wouldn't say. And going back to what I was talking about, attorneys can take words and twist them around and manipulate them and make you sound like a monster. You could just say something under stress, under the effects of adrenaline, like, yeah, I shot the motherfucker. Ray, I shot that son of a bitch. Okay, not the greatest choice of words. Does that actually mean anything? No. But again, attorneys are very manipulative, and they can use that, try to twist it around and use it against you, and be like, oh, you called him a son of a bitch. You must have really felt some kind of way about him. I guess you wanted to murder him. So, just the best policy not to say anything in detail immediately following a critical incident like that. Unfortunately, he does start trying to talk and give some details, and that is something about human nature. Humans always want to be showing that they're right and that they've done good. So you have to overcome that that urge to make your case, so to speak. Everyone there is knowing that you're in the right. So no need to be blabbing and potentially setting yourself up for a rocky road in the court. So at some point, the guy that comes over here to him is talking to him and asks if he needs anything, asks if he wants water, and then said that he made a trip to the Quick Mart or something like that, or Quick Trip or something, and he got some drinks and some corn dogs. I thought that was kind of funny. I think I would have taken him up on the corn dog. Because you know that there's going to be some time after this incident where you're going to be tied up. Like, you're not going to be able to freely go wherever you want to go after something like this. And depending on where you're at during your shift, you know, this might be around lunchtime for him. So if you have the opportunity to eat, eat. If you have the opportunity to drink, drink. And another thing with drinking, so drinking water can help you come further down off of your fight or flight high, I guess you could call it. The act of drinking water can calm you down. It can bring your heartbeat down. When you think about animals in the wild, animals that stop to drink water, they're safe. They're not being chased by anything. So there's a link between drinking water and having the effects of feeling safe and having that heart rate coming down and getting in a better headspace there. An animal being chased by a predator, an animal who's about to die, is not going to stop and drink water, if that makes sense. So drinking water is something good to be doing. And it's hydrating you. And here's an intrusive thought. This is a huge antenna on this radio. Like, that damn thing, man. Like, I don't think I would like this setup right here. Especially having, like, bend over or something and looking down, like that damn thing stab you in the eye. This must be like a VHF radio or something. That thing is freaking huge. Here he is talking and blabbing a little bit more than what he should. There's a moment where, or actually a few moments, where they're all just kind of standing there, and it's like no one really knows what to say in this moment, and they're just kind of silent, and he's sitting there kind of quietly, and it's kind of like awkward silence and whatnot. So, like I said, it's not a good idea to be talking about things in detail about what happened. But also, I think it's a good idea to, if you're there with someone who has had to use force, to just talk to them about things that don't even have to relate to what happened. Just talk to them, get their mind off of what just happened. Because people will go into this spiraling thought process of, I could have done this better. I could have done that. What if this? What if that? What if this? What if that? And they may seem all cool, calm, and collective right there on the surface, but mentally, like, they're beating the shit out of themselves. Like, they're banging their head against the wall mentally. So by talking to that person, you can help distract them from some of those thoughts and help to bring them down and get them into a more comfortable headspace. I don't know where it was, but at some point there was a woman off to the side whenever I guess he went to the back of the vehicle or the side of the vehicle. I can't remember which, but there she is right there. See if it's... I don't know if that was the spot. Yeah, right here. So, little nosy neighbor right here wanting to come out and figure out what's going on. He tells her she needs to go on somewhere. And she's like, well, I live here. Okay, well, this is a crime scene, so go away. Yeah, people get nosy a lot, man. Like, they'll come up and get close and close and close, trying to figure out what's going on. It's just a nature of it. Could he have said something a little bit differently? Yeah, potentially. You know, he could have said, hey, this is an active crime scene right now. You need to stay a distance away, or else you will be contaminating that crime scene, and we may have to take your shoes as evidence. Or, say something to make them think, oh, crap, I need to stay away from this immediate area. Sometimes, though, just a simple, hey, get out of here is needed, but you have to take things into context. Like, this is out in the rural area. Like, this isn't like she just walked out of freaking 7-Eleven or anything, right? Like, there's a reason why she's here. She lives out here, right? Now, if it's in the city, it's a more urbanized area and there's people standing around, someone's pretty close, yeah, a simple, hey, get out of here. I think that would be fine, because chances are that person really has no need to be there. Right? Like, they were just passing through, they were coming out of the 7-Eleven, coming out of the pharmacy, whatever, shoo them away. Bye-bye. But in this context, yeah, like, where'd she come from? Subway? No, she came from her house. I think what was that one guy? So I'm assuming this is probably like a volunteer firefighter or something. So they do appear to be kind of in a more rural area, and that's something to be expected, is having volunteer firefighters. The volunteer firefighters don't always show up in an actual fire truck. A lot of them will show up in their personal vehicles, and their personal vehicles may have lights and siren in them as well. So if you're not from the county area, this may be something that is probably peculiar to you, a little unfamiliar. But for the rest of the nation that is country, this is normal. It's actually kind of sad, really, that over half the country's fire protection comes in the form of volunteers. And I'm not saying that as if like volunteers are bad or anything. I'm just saying that I think it's kind of stupid that it's 2023 and we haven't come up with a way to compensate people for providing those services. Like, why are we relying on volunteer firemen? We should have paid firemen out in the county. Anyway, intrusive side thought. But yeah, that's what I think he is some volunteer firemen arriving on the scene. All right, so that, I believe, is it for this video. All right, I'll go into the next videos and play those and break those down. All right, here are the crime scene photographs. So when it comes to crime scene photographs, or the art of taking crime scene photos, you have to take the photographs in a way that helps the viewer understand what they're seeing. And the best way to do that is by taking photographs from 3 different ranges. And these are usually described as far range, mid-range, and close range. So what you're seeing right now is indicative of kind of a far range. It's taken far enough back to where you can see the entire scene itself. And then let's say, for example, the license plate. Let's say they were going to be documenting that particular license plate as evidence. So this would be a far out shot, far range shot. To get a mid-range shot, he could probably walk up to about right in here where the mouse is at, and then take a photograph of the back of the car, and you would mostly see the entire back of the car itself. And then a close range would be standing pretty darn close to the vehicle, and then all you would see would be the close-up of the license plate itself, and you'd be seeing very minimal of the rest of the vehicle. So photographs are taken from far, mid, and close. And when you take the photographs from afar, like I said, you are documenting to the best of your ability the entire scene itself, and then you just kind of zoom in a little bit by getting a little bit closer, and then you get super close and zoom in a little bit more. The photographing of the scene is to be able to go back and see that scene as it was, because you're not going to be able to revisit the scene physically. This roadway is going to have to reopen. They just can't keep that roadway closed down for the entire year and post officers at this road the entire year to keep the scene as it was. So photographs obviously have to be taken to be able to photographically revisit that scene. And when it comes to a court case, it is obviously used for the people who are going to be reviewing that to help them make their decisions. It shows the factual information. It shows what the circumstances, well, not the circumstances of the totality of thing, but as far as the scene itself, it shows the factual things of this was found here, this was found there, this was found here. This is in relation to distance to this thing right here. So it helps them better understand the layout of things. There are other ways to document a scene. There are 3D imaging devices out there that can basically scan an entire scene and be able to recreate that in a 3D environment on a computer. So you could view things at different angles and whatnot. That's some pretty cool stuff. But the basic analog way of documenting crime scenes is through photographs. So I'll go through the slide. I forget how many pictures are in the slide, but I'll go through them all and add some commentary on some stuff, and then I'll skip some things, because some things, like when it gets to the bullet casings, this officer fired like 14 rounds, so there's no need to stop on every single casing and talk about stuff, so I'll skip through some of that stuff. All right, so here we have the far away shot. You can see the crime scene tape here in the background. This is where they have defined this as the crime scene. Now, just because they put the tape there doesn't mean that this is set in stone. This tape can be moved further back if they deem it necessary. But for their purposes, this is what they have defined as the crime scene, and they don't want a bunch of unnecessary people walking into this area. Since this tape has gone up, there should be a person with a logbook logging each person who goes into this scene, and when the time they go in, who they are, and what time they come out. You can see these glowing things on the ground. What these things are power flares, and when there's a slide that'll show the bag, and I'll zoom in on that bag and talk about that stuff at that point. But he's kind of making a circle around the crime scene, showing it from different angles, so you could tell that, like from here, well, you couldn't tell that there was a bit of a ditch right there. Still fully can't tell it from this one. You can kind of see, but boom, now this one, because of the different angle and the lighting and everything, you can now see that the terrain features are a little bit different. So photographing a scene requires you to move around. So the power flares, these are little disc-shaped devices, kind of like a hockey puck in a way, and they've got a tough rubber protective exterior, and the LED lights are 360 degrees around the edge of it, and it has multiple flash patterns. It can do like a strobing pattern. It can do like a rotating pattern, sort of like, you know, like the rotators, old school rotators on a light bar, like on an ambulance or fire truck, police car or whatever. Just kind of does a little rotating pattern. There's kind of a, you know, flashing pattern, like, you know, the flashers on your car. There's like an SOS pattern on there. There's a steady burn pattern where it just glows all around. So it has multiple different settings on there that you can choose. They are powered by either a CR123 battery, or they have a rechargeable battery on the inside. And so you can stack these things, recharge them. Because, you know, they use those lithium batteries, or the rechargeable, they have a very long shelf life on them. You can set these in the car and not touch them for months, and turn them on, and they're going to be working great. They'll work for several hours. They're a better alternative to actual road flares. Road flares, depending on the models you get, you know, they will burn out at some point. So you have to light another one to put it down and get it to glow. Glow sticks could serve the same purpose, but glow sticks just, they don't glow that bright. You can get high intensity glow sticks, but it's only for a short duration of time that they'll have high intensity glow. Other than that, they're not meant for being seen far away and very easily. They're just meant for immediate lighting purposes, to see within very confined spaces, like a tank or something like that, or you know, within a tent or something like that, or throwing a poncho over you. These things can be seen from a far distance, and they're very noticeable, and it's very hard to miss these. And because there's a little bit of weight to them, they won't roll away like a glow stick will. So wind could be blowing. I don't know how many miles per hour that these would withstand, but you get up to a certain miles per hour with wind, glow sticks are going to roll away. They're not going to stay where you put them. These things, they have enough weight to them, they will stay there. Because they are contained LEDs, you can drop this in a puddle of gasoline and it's not going to set that gasoline on fire. With road flares, especially with car accidents, if there's any leaking fuel or oil, you run the risk of creating a fire. So road flares were kind of the, and still are used today, but they're kind of an old school way of lighting things up on the roadway. These things are way better, they're safer, and they're just more versatile in my opinion. If you have not checked these things out, I highly recommend checking them out. There's the logo right there, Power Flare. I've got a video on these actually on my page. Just go through my gear list and look for the Power Flare video. Okay, so enough of that. We also see some medical equipment right here, and we'll get a better zoom in on that here in a little bit. Here's an ambulance. His body is actually inside this ambulance right now. So they got him up, put him in the ambulance, and he ended up expiring. And at some point, the funeral home will get here, and they'll load him up into the hearse and then take him to the funeral home. And I'll get more into that when I do a review of the incident report. So he has gone around and pretty much taken photos of the entire scene from the perimeter of it. And now he's doing some more closer images. He's doing more mid-range. And again, you can see he's doing a circling around these. Start to see more things in focus. As he's gotten closer to this police car in his little spiraling motion here, he's decided to take some close-up photographs of this police car. This is the police car that the officer was in when this shooting occurred, so it is a part of the crime scene. The officer, the typical thing that happens after officer-involved shootings is the officer is taken to the police station. Some places will try and do an interview. They should not be doing interviews right after a shooting. Some will be trying to just get some critical information that would help in the very beginning stages of the investigation, like, you know, how many rounds they think were fired, so they know, you know, whether or not they should be spending more time looking for casings, where they, you know, where the person thinks that more evidence could be located at, things like that. And of course, documenting the officer, taking photographs of them, which I have photographs of. They took photographs of this officer, and so I'll go into those as well. And then getting that officer services. So they need some medical treatment and some other things to go along there. So they're not going to need their car, right? Their car is a part of that crime scene. And it generally stays there for some period of time. He comes back to the police car after those shots and then shows some interior shots. So I've got some stuff to say about what's on the inside. We see a fire truck here in the background, and they've got their scene lights turned on. So fire trucks generally offer pretty good scene lighting. So they've got these poles attached to the trucks that can extend upwards. And so when they're driving down the road, these things aren't up like that. They're actually retracted all the way down. But you can unlock these things, extend them up to a pretty high distance. I think this is probably the max height that it'll go. Sometimes on the fire truck, because the fire truck's bigger, you may get them to go a little bit higher. But generally, you know, it's about 12, 15 feet is about high as they go. Pretty bright lights on them, and they can light up a scene pretty well. So this is not uncommon. It's very common to see fire trucks sometimes sitting out there with the scene lights on, providing scene lighting for the police department. Sometimes fire trucks or ladder trucks are used for officers to use the bucket to go up in and take photographs of the scene from the air to show aerial photographs. Now that drones are becoming more popular, more and more agencies are utilizing drones to be able to get those photographs. And there are drone photographs that I'll be showing later to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about that they took at this scene. So again, making this 360 scan here. All right, so now he's starting to get to the police vehicle itself. There'll be another interior shot. I'll go back to it. So taking photographs of the data plates is, a pretty common thing. All police cars for an agency will pretty much look the same, so you won't be able to tell the difference in them just by looking on the outside. So taking a photograph of the VIN and everything of that vehicle is a good way to positively identify which specific vehicle was involved. So we see a couple interior shots here of some weapons and some other things inside this car. So let's zoom in to the top and work our way down. First off, we see this speaker right here. This is an external speaker for the radio, the two-way radio that you talk into. It just puts another speaker at a different location, so it makes it easier to hear. This is actually a pretty good location to put a speaker. It puts it right behind your head, and when you got sirens going or, you know, windows down, air's blowing in, making a bunch of noise, that speaker right behind your head, you don't miss a damn thing. I mean, unless you are super, super deaf, you're not missing a radio transmission when you have a big-ass external speaker to the back of your head like that. Some I've seen posted right in here on the cage, but anywhere like that, I think, is a good place to put one of these external speakers, because it just makes it more easier to hear radio transmissions. The two-way radio is mounted in the console, so that speaker being down there, yeah, you can hear it, but when you got a bunch of noise going on, the noise of the engine running hard, the sound of just, you know, the vehicle driving down the roadway, the road noise plus the siren, sometimes, you know, it can be hard to hear those kind of quick transmissions, or someone's not speaking directly into the mic. It can be kind of hard to hear. When you got that speaker next to your head, it's almost like wearing headphones in a way. It's not easy to miss what something someone has said. The shotgun right here. So you can tell that this is a less than lethal shotgun based off the color of the furniture on it. Usually less lethal weapons will have orange or like a toxic green or neon green kind of color, or sometimes yellow. Those are colors that help the user very quickly identify that what they're grabbing is a less than lethal, and it helps other people around them know that that is a less than lethal weapon that they have grabbed. This 12 gauge right here, this thing is fully capable of firing actual shotgun shells. It could fire a slug. It could fire buckshot. So it's important for the user to be able to quickly identify, hey, this one's not made for killing. This is made for less than lethal. I'm sure that there are probably horror stories from 70s or 80s, whenever the things were invented, about, you know, people getting things mixed up, or trying to use their lethal shotgun with less than lethal ammunition and then fumbling and messing up. It's just a recipe for the disaster if you do it that way. So a weapon like this, 12 gauge, should be solely dedicated for less than lethal only. It should never ever entertain live lethal ammunition. The rifle right here. So I think the next picture does more zoom in. All right. So this rifle right here, we'll start from the top and move our way down. The silencer, you know, I cannot remember the manufacturer for this silencer, and I just seen a video yesterday about it. I cannot remember the name of it, but I recognize it based off its little end cap right here. Silencers, I think, are a necessary piece of equipment for rifles. So they have a few different benefits to them. Number one being the sound reduction. Now, just because it's called a silencer doesn't mean it actually silences the gunshot. Not at all. That's actually a horrible name for the device because it's very misleading. And of course, Hollywood and their portrayal of silencers is very, very misleading. The best kind of word to use for a device like this is suppressor, and that's why many people call them suppressors, because that's all they do is they suppress the sound a little bit. They don't silence it. But suppressor is not a legal terminology for it. Silencer is. That's what was on the patent. That's what the ATF refers to them as, and that's what their official title is silencer. But suppressor is a better word for it. Muffler, I believe muffler is some legal terminology that ATF uses in some of their literature. But muffler is still a better word for this device than silencer. It just muffles the sound a little bit, not a whole lot. But the little bit that it does, it brings it down to hearing safe levels, meaning you can shoot this thing as it is without hearing protection on and not incur any damage to your ears. But it's still noticeably loud. You could be a football field away and still hear this thing going off. Be 2 football fields away and still hear this thing going off. It's not silent at all. But the sound reduction that it gives means that you can quickly deploy this thing and not put on ear pro, fire it, and still be able to retain your hearing afterwards. If you shoot a rifle without hearing protection, you're going to have a lot of ringing of the ears. It may be difficult to hear a little bit after firing the thing. So with the silencer on there, it helps you retain your hearing a lot better, so you can hear radio communications, talk to other people, and when the thing is shooting, or multiple people are shooting with suppressed weapons, you can still talk while that stuff's going on, and people be able to hear you more effectively versus if a bunch of people are firing unsuppressed weapons. It's a lot harder to communicate with unsuppressed weapons being fired. It also has reduced flash signature. So during the daytime, flash doesn't really matter a whole lot. Even at nighttime, using white light, it doesn't matter that much. Where it really matters a whole lot is when you're using night vision. So that's kind of a unique specialty kind of benefit to it. It's only going to benefit the people using night vision. But overall, it does have a good reduction in the muzzle flash. Another benefit is it actually improves on recoil, or reduces on recoil, and improves your accuracy. And then lastly, a lot of people who've been shot at with suppressed weapons have reported that it was very difficult for them to ascertain where they were being shot at from. So just the way it suppresses the sound and everything, it can make it harder for people to figure out where you are at. And the benefit to that is you won't be getting shot back at so quickly. The weapon-mounted light. So I can't tell what kind of weapon-mounted light this is. This almost looks like a stream light, but I just can't tell for sure. Weapon-mounted lights are another requirement for fighting weapons. I don't care if it's pistol, rifle, shotgun, belt-fed machine gun, crew-served weapon. Weapon-mounted lights are a necessity for fighting weapons. You have to be able to positively identify the threat at night. You have to, number one, see your target and be able to line your sights up on that target effectively. But most importantly, you have to be able to identify whether or not that target needs to be shot or not. And you need a good weapon-mounted light to be able to do that. This forward assist grip here, I don't know exactly who makes this. It looks obnoxiously large. It's kind of ridiculous looking. Modern times right now, 2023, you do not need a pistol grip or forward assist grip on a rifle to this size. This thing is ridiculous. I don't know who makes it, but it looks like it might be one of those bipod / forward assist grip contraptions. And those things I think are kind of complete crap. I'm not a big fan of those. This is not 2003, 2005, so there's no need for large broom handles on the front of a rifle like this. The only reason why big-ass broom handles like this were even made back in the day is because back in the day, your accessories were a lot larger. So when you start looking at your M4 setup, the infrared laser aiming devices back then, the PEC 2s, those things were huge. Like they were, I can't think of anything off the top of my head about size reference wise that to kind of describe how long they were, but they were definitely longer than a $1 bill. So they were several inches long and a few inches wide. So these things were just humongous looking. The flashlights back then, your old legacy Surefire weapon-mounted lights, the Millenniums, I think they're called. Those things were freaking humongous. And so when you slap that crap on the forearm of the rifle, there's no space for you to put your hand on that rifle. And so these big ass broomsticks were made to put on the end to be able to give yourself a place to put your hand to hold the rifle. Well, now we got smaller stuff. Your PEC 15s take up a lot less room than a PEC 2. The lights are a lot smaller. Just how you can mount things is more efficient. Also, back then, the Picatinny rails, the quad rails, that was a kind of a thing. So that added a lot of bulk to the forearm there, to the rifle. So it just wasn't a very optimal way to put your hand around all that. And so the broomstick made more sense. Now we have very slick free floats right here, using key mod or I'm losing my words this morning. Why can I not remember that other attachment? Key mod and M-lock. So you have those attachments where you don't have to have this big chunk of metals, extending outwards like the Picatinny. There's extender mounts for the flashlights that push the flashlight a little bit further away from the end of the gun. And like I said, the PEC 15s take up a whole lot smaller profile. Your remote switches now can be a lot smaller. Surefire still makes that really long remote switch that goes on there, but you can get smaller remote switches from Modlite that do not take up a whole lot of room at all. So now you're able to actually get your hand up on that forearm of that rifle and get a good C-clamp grip like you would want to, and not have to have a forward assist grip. Now I think it's still good to have a little forward assist on there, whether you get the Magpul Shorty forward assist grip or you get some of those other little nub looking things. Those I think can be beneficial, or the Magpul angled grip. Those can help you out with getting a good grip on the gun or pressing that thing into barricade and help stabilizing it. But something of this size, way overboard. Moving down. He has some type of sight on here. I don't know what this is, but that is another necessity for a rifle, is some type of optic. He has a dust cap on there. I don't have anything against dust caps being on rifles like this. It's good because in a car driving around a whole lot, there's going to be a lot of dust accumulating over time. So it makes sense to put a dust cap on there. You can very easily knock these things off, get them out of the way. So no problem there. 1-point sling. I do not believe that 1-point slings are optimal. I don't think they do a very good job, and they limit you on what you can do with your rifle when you are not using it. So with a single point sling, once you let go of that rifle, it is dangling right in front of you. And so if you remember the body cam footage from where the backup officer arrived, he has a single point sling, and once he goes hands off, it's just dangling everywhere. And what's he end up doing with that rifle? He takes it off of him and lays it on the ground, because it's hard for him to manage that rifle when it's just dangling everywhere. It doesn't stay where he wants it to stay at. So single point slings are great when you're always going to be kind of in a standing position and always having your hands on the gun. The minute you go to kneeling or prone and you don't need your hands on that rifle, you need to go hands on with something else, single point sucks. So a 2-point sling is the best way to go, in my opinion. The magazine's right here. He has a magazine coupler. It looks like a Magpul magazine coupler. I like the setup of having 2 mags on the rifle. I think that is the most optimal thing to do. You may not have time to put on a plate carrier. You may not have time to put on a tactical vest that has a bunch of rifle mags on it, or grab your active shooter bag or go bag that has more magazines on it, etc. So having 2 magazines on board makes more sense. You can grab that rifle as it is and go to the fight with 2 mags on that rifle. Another way to have 2 mags on the rifle is using one of those magazine buttstock pouches. They look kind of ugly, but they work, and they work effectively. They carry a spare magazine on the rifle so that if you need to reload right then and there, you've got that magazine with you. It's on the rifle versus it's in your plate carrier that's still in the trunk of the car. The magazines, on the other hand, themselves, I don't like them. I don't know who makes them. They're not Magpul mags. They're not USGI mags. So as far as I'm concerned, they're useless. There's a lot of companies out there that will copy things and or make things that work with things, and just because it does work with it sometimes doesn't mean it will always work with it. For example, there are some South Korean magazines for Glocks. Not the most reliable magazines out there. There's a reason why they're so cheap. They're made cheaply. When it comes to this kind of stuff right here for life-saving equipment, you don't need this stuff in your gun. You can buy these things for training purposes. I have no problem with magazines like this being bought and kept around for training purposes, because if the magazine fails, then great. Number one, it failed on the range, but number two, it's a surprise when it does fail, and so you're able to go through your malfunction drills a lot better than trying to set them up on your own when you know they're going to happen. So when a failure happens by surprise, that's when you get really good at practicing your reactions to that. But for life duty purposes, no, magazines like this should not be used. They're just not reliable. There's a reason why you just don't see these things being used by industry professionals. All right, moving on from the rifle. Back of the car looks like the back of the car. Not much to say there. So these things are pretty nice. These little organizers. When you think about the cargo space of a vehicle, for a public safety vehicle, it doesn't matter if it's police, fire, EMS, it's going to be full of stuff. And these boxes right here help organize that stuff and make it more easily accessible. Imagine, whatever was in these things, take this box out, whatever was in these things, everything's will be piled on top of each other. So it may be more difficult to find things when you have things piled on top of each other. When you have little drawers to be able to pull out, boom, that stuff's right there. You know where it's at. You know which drawer contains what. These things can also store weapons, and they have the locks on them right there. So if you don't have the rifle mount in the cab of the vehicle, you can put rifles in the back here. Other, like SWAT team stuff, put your flashbangs and crap in there. It stores it all pretty well. So these things are pretty nice. Jumper cables, looks like another box of power flares. A brush, I guess, for the vehicle, for the snow up there. His helmet, an old PASGT style Kevlar helmet. Fire extinguisher. Fire extinguisher is a pretty important thing to be having in a public safety vehicle. You never know when you'll come across a vehicle that's on fire or some other kind of fire. An AED. An AED is a pretty important thing to have if you're going to be having people who are CPR, AED trained and carrying around CPR equipment, or first aid equipment. When a person goes into cardiac arrest, the actions of doing CPR are just to keep the brain and the rest of the body supplied with oxygenated blood. So when you do your chest compressions, you are pumping that heart. You're making that blood flow through the body. When you breathe in to their mouth, you're forcing oxygenated air into their lungs, and that is creating that gas exchange. Doing the chest compressions and the ventilations are not going to bring that person back. You have to have an AED to shock the heart and get it back the rhythm. The longer that a person goes without that heart being started back up, the less likely you're going to be able to bring them back. So rapid intervention with an AED is very, very important. So I think it's a good idea for, especially for rural agencies, to have these things in police cars. The police are going to be out and about, and so they could get to somewhere a lot faster than an ambulance could. They could get somewhere a lot faster than a fire truck could. I do think that it would be in the public's best interest if police could, so long as they're not super busy and tied up on things, act as first responders to things. It just makes more sense because they're out there. Fire trucks do not patrol around like police. Ambulances do not patrol around like police. They stay in their stations. If you live all the way out in the county, 20 miles from the station, that's a long response time. Very long. And your chances of survival are pretty damn slim. If there's a sheriff unit out in the county and they're closer to you, they could be there within a couple minutes and get rapid intervention with an AED and increase your chances of survival by a lot. So good on this agency for putting an AED in a vehicle. It's not very common that you see AEDs in police cars. Number one, they're expensive. They're a few $1,000s just for a box. And so when you start looking at equipping, 50 cars or more with AEDs, that adds up really quick. So like I said, good on them for putting an AED in the vehicle. See a tourniquet laying there. The little seat caddy thing. These things are really nice. So they attach to they wrap around your headrest of the passenger seat. It's just a nice, easy way to have a bunch of stuff organized in this little caddy that you can very quickly access, and it doesn't go flying to the floorboard when you hit your brakes or take a hard turn or whatever. Very nice thing to have. Highly recommend some sort of seat caddy. Grocery bag of some sort that he's hanging off of his laptop mount. Looks like maybe like a Walgreen kind of symbol right there. If you've never had to work out of a vehicle for the majority of the day, then I guess you just wouldn't fully understand, like, you got to have stuff with you all the time. Yeah, you do have that ability to, because you're out and about, to go stop at a store, stuff like that. But that means you have to go somewhere to stop. So having everything with you, like, this is the office. This is a person's office. So think about where you work at. You may have an office, you may not have an office, but you at least have a break room. So this is this person's office. This is this person's break room. It's everything to them, and it's their workspace. So it's not uncommon to see bags of snacks or drinks or something like that inside someone's work vehicle like this. You pretty much it might be an exaggeration to say this, but you pretty much live out of your vehicle when you do patrol. All right, now we're starting to get to the close-up of the casings. So we see this kind of far range, a little bit more mid-range right here, and then boom, close-up. So I'll go back. So far, mid, close up. He's put that casing in this box and marked it as number 1. Number 1 corresponding with the tag number 1. And so when you take a look at the photograph of the scene here, this was where casing number 1 was. Inside this box, or this box right here where this casing will go into, he can push this box closed and then take evidence tape and wrap it around the box to seal it. And evidence tape is made in such a way that you can't very easily peel it off of things without it breaking apart and leaving pieces of itself where it's been stuck to. So it shows very clearly that it's been tampered with. And if you look at your chain of custody form, if you don't see any notations on there about someone opening the evidence and that being documented, then if you see a broken seal on a box or a bag, then you know that stuff's been tampered with. Someone has gone in there and not documented that they've messed with it, and who knows what could have happened to that. So now that evidence could be tainted and not usable in court. So when it comes to evidence, you have to have a chain of custody over evidence. So there's more than just documenting and collecting it. Once you collect this evidence, you have to show that after you collected it, it has pretty much almost remained the same after you've collected it, and that no one else has messed with it. So this person has collected this. They'll put it in its little box, put tape around it, and then they fill out some forms saying that I collected it on this date, this time by me. And then once they collect all these shells and all this other stuff, they'll take it to their evidence room. An evidence room is going to be a room that not everyone has access to. And so this person may have to either hand deliver to a evidence custodian who will be the one who has main access to that room, and they'll take that stuff from that officer and go check it in to the evidence room. Or an evidence room could have something like think like the post office box, where you have like a bunch of little lockers in there. You can go store your stuff inside these lockers, and then on the other side of the wall, the evidence technician can grab what's inside that thing. So it's like a reversed P.O. box in a way, where you walk into a room, you put stuff in boxes, lock it up, and then the person on the other side of the room is able to just take whatever's out of that box and then go put it away. With that evidence staying in the evidence room the entire time, you've maintained chain of custody over that evidence. And then anytime it needs to be taken out, you go to the evidence custodian, say, hey, I need this, and then they go get it, and then you fill out paperwork, a log showing that you've taken it out of evidence and for what reason, whatever, and then you bring it back. Same thing, it gets checked back in, kind of like going to the library and getting a library book. You check in, check out, check in, check out. And that's just maintaining chain of custody over evidence. Otherwise, the defense could say, oh, well, there was no good custody held over this thing, and someone could have tampered with it, and this is why my client is innocent, or this is why you can't prove that my client did it. So maintaining chain of custody is a way to help prevent the defense from coming up with goofy stories and saying, blah, blah, blah. So these next several slides are just going to be multiple different casings. The numbering does not mean that this is the succession of rounds that the officer fired. Tag number 1 does not mean that was the first round fired. Tag number 2 does not mean it was the second round fired. These tags, as the officer approaches the scene from an angle, they just start laying down tags on things as they see them. And so we know that he started a little bit further back. with 1, 2, 3, 4. Now he's going to 5, to 6, to 7, to 8, 9, and then 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, etc. So he started back here and he's making his way towards this way. And as he sees stuff, he lays a tag down. So tag 1 does not mean first round fired. He had a 45 caliber Glock, and he had 14 rounds that he fired. He did fire the slide lock. All right, so this is the body bag. The William guy is inside this bag right now, and they're taking a photograph of the tag that is being used to seal that body bag. So these are lockable zippers, just kind of like you have luggage, like a suitcase. The zippers, they may have a little round piece on them that you can pass a lock through. The reason why body bags come with stuff like this is to be able to seal the bag up, because the body itself is a piece of evidence. The clothing and everything on it could be evidence, and so you have to maintain chain of custody over that evidence. So once the body goes into a bag, it is generally sealed by a tamper-proof tag of sorts like this. So once he has taken this piece and inserted it into this piece right here, you cannot pull that back out. It won't undo itself. It's just got kind of like one of those hospital wristbands that you get where they snap it into place. You can't undo that thing. You have to like break the damn tag to get it off of you. The same thing with this. You're going to have to break this tag to get it off. And so once this tag is broken, anybody that comes across it, they're going to say, hey, this thing's been broken. This evidence is now potentially contaminated. This is the only photograph that I'm aware of that shows the body bag and this guy right here. Wisconsin doesn't release a whole lot of medical stuff. They want to hide all the HIPAA stuff. So even like the bullets that were recovered from him, on the report it lists the bullet recovered, and it would show the location of where it was recovered, but they got it blacked out, so you can't even see that it was recovered from, you know, his chest or whatever. Now we're going to get to his gun. So he has a Jennings 9. This thing is a piece of crap. Case in point right here. So he dropped this gun and the freaking magazine broke and his rounds spilled out. Yeah, there's a reason why you do not see professionals using firearms like this. They're just not that well made. You should be able to take a factory Glock mag and drop it to the ground and not see this happen. So he's dropped his gun. He's had a catastrophic failure with the magazine. The magazine floor plate has busted off. Rounds have spilled out. This guy is only going to be able to get one round off. He has a round in the pipe. You can see that the striker back here indicator is protruding out, and you can see this chamber indicator here is protruding out. This is telling you that there's a round in the chamber. There's a floor plate to the pistol, and there's the spring to the magazine that just flew out the gun. They're documenting that the round was in the chamber. And it's interesting, too, that that round looks the way it does inside the gun. So I don't know if they pulled the slide back and the ejection claw worked the way it should and ejected the round out, and then they took that round and put it back in the gun to be able to take this photograph. I'm suspecting that's what they're doing. If not, then by pulling this slide back the way it is, that means the extractor claw on this gun is broken and it's not ejecting that cartridge out of the gun itself. Got everything laid out here in the evidence box. This is actually the lid of the box. This is the floor of the box right here. These holes are already pre-cut into the box, and these are so that you can take zip ties and pass them through the holes and have them go around the gun itself. That way the gun itself is zip tied to the floor of the box. That keeps the gun from rattling around inside the box, moving, hitting things, and creating scratches on the surface or anything like that. And it also is a way to help secure it into the box itself. That way, if someone tries to take the gun out, it's going to be very obvious that it's been taken out because all these rips in the cardboard. They're just documenting the chambered round. They're taking pictures of the primer area, I suspect, to show that there is no strike on the primer. So this holster right here is a paddle holster. Paddle holsters are not very ideal because this thing is meant to you have your pants on, right? Your pants are on, your belt's on, it's all tightened up. You just take this holster and you slip it down into your pants. So this black piece will be against your body. Your belt will be kind of like right in there, or even if you don't have a belt, your pant waist will be right in there, and the brown thing will be on the outside of the pants. So the black thing's on the inside, the brown thing's on the outside. Because it can slide in so easily, it can also slide out easily, and so that's why it's not a very optimal holster. They're horrible holsters in my opinion. You can very easily lose your gun in a fight. You can even lose your gun by bending down, depending on how you've got it worn on you. You can bend down your thigh, or if you've got some extra skin, extra fat, that can press up against this paddle thing and push it up out of your pant line, and then you lose your gun. So horrible design. Don't ever use paddle holsters. This holster itself, you can tell by the shaping of it, this thing is not even made for the Jennings pistol. It's not made for it at all. It just so happens that the Jennings pistol fits into this particular holster. So any holster that you get for a gun, it needs to be made specifically for that gun, or else it may not be working correctly. You may have too much wiggle room in the back here, so when he snaps this thing on there may be enough wiggle room to where you can literally pull the gun out of the holster and not even have to unsnap this thing. There could be a scenario where the trigger guard is not fully covered because it's not made for that gun. It may fit a little too snug and be a little bit more difficult to get out. It may be a little bit more difficult to put it into the holster, etc. So always have the correct holster for the gun. Trying to, make things fit is not a good thing. And it's surprising to me that this guy was rocking a Jennings and rocking a crappy holster like this. This guy was not just a former police officer, but he was a former chief of police. His toboggan, his shoes, and his phone. There will be photographs of the phone and some of the messages inside. His shoes are worn out. Like, he's had these for a while. You can see the heels being worn out on them. Even the bottom side of them, you can see some of the traction has worn away on these shoes. It is time for a new pair of shoes for him. Well, it was. Not anymore. photographs of the keys for his car and his hotel room. So there are photographs from the hotel room and there are photographs from his vehicle, and I will be going into those. It is so interesting to see a hotel key and tag. Like, you don't see this hardly anymore at all. Nowadays, it's just a key card that you use to get into the door of the hotel. If you go to a hotel and they're still using actual physical keys and they got these big old tags that go on them, you know you're in for a treat. Or you know that you're in for an interesting stay at a hotel. Because places that still use these are very cheap places. They are the kind of places to rent by the hour. And some of the people who stay at them are some interesting characters. Would not be surprised if you go to a hotel that still uses a key and a tag like this. If you would find yourself watching a police raid in the next room, or you wouldn't be surprised to see a domestic violence occurring out in the parking lot, or hear it in the next room to you. Wouldn't be surprised if you start detecting the smell of a meth lab. So here are some bullets. I suspect that these may be bullets that went through him and then ended up in the ground. For example, that one, I mean, it doesn't look like they've dug it out of the ground or anything like that. The ground still looks pretty intact. So I kind of think that it's a little bit more plausible that when he fired his rounds, they went through him and then ended up on the ground right here. Like this one. Like, it does not look like they dug around for this thing. So I think this thing went through the guy and just landed on the ground. We don't see like a bunch of blood or anything on there. But that's the only thing I can think of, because otherwise, you fire bullets into the ground, they're not going to just be laying on the top like that. Like, they're going into the ground itself, and you're not going to find them very easily. So the fact that they're able to find these things, that tells me that they went through the guy and ended up on the ground behind him. This one mushroomed out nicely. It mushroomed out pretty close to, or the way it was designed to mushroom out. I don't know what kind of rounds he fired. I think he had I think it was Winchester, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. But this one, you can see it's a little bit deformed, but it did not fully expand out like the other one did. Same with this one, just didn't expand out. That one, just poor performance on these rounds. They did not work the way they were intended. Just one of them did, it looked like. Well, at least one the ones that went through the guy. Now, the ones that are still in him, we don't get to see those. They don't show any photographs from the autopsy or anything like that. There were rounds recovered from his body, but they don't show any photographs of those. So no idea if they got full expansion or not. And the magazine that the officer dropped to the ground when he did a reload. All right, so that is it for the crime scene photographs, and we will go into now the photographs that were taken of the officer after the shooting. Okay, so these photographs were taken at the scene almost immediately after. I won't say immediately, but a lot closer after things happened than what the previous ones were. The previous ones were taken, obviously, when someone else showed up a lot later to the scene. So these are very preliminary photographs, because you could recall in the last photographs that the ambulance wasn't even inside the barrier here. It was actually outside of it. So this person is, again, starting from the same mindset of doing far, mid, and close up. So he's starting from this angle right here. We see another vehicle parked right there. In the previous photographs, we didn't see anyone parked there. It also looks like this vehicle might still be running. And in the previous photographs, we did not see the vehicle. It didn't look like it's still running. So some of the same stuff we've already seen, just you can tell that this was taken a lot sooner. He took a photograph of this bottle. I guess he thought at the time it may have been something of value. I'm guessing that when the other person got there, they could take a look at it and could tell maybe it was a lot older looking. You can tell the age in items left on the side of the road or not, or out in the woods somewhere. You can just tell if it's been there for an extended period of time or not. So I'd say that in the very beginning of this guy right here saw it, thought, hey, this might be something of interest, took a photograph of it. But when the other person got there, they took a look at it and deemed that it probably was not a part of that scene at all. And so that's why we don't see photographs of that in the other photographs. Same with this cigarette butt looking thing here. He may have saw this, thought that it was pertinent enough to include in the his initial photographs, but the other person who got there may have saw it and then did not think much of it. There's also something else right here. I don't know what this is. You can tell this is, I mean, it could be a leaf. I don't know. It has a little bit too much of a man-made looking shape to it. I just don't know what that is. But obviously this is what they were taking a photograph of. It's hard to tell even from this photograph, but it does look aged to me. It doesn't look like it's that very fresh. It's very common to see cigarette butts on the side of the road. People are litter bugs. And those little airport bottles too. I was at the public library the other day and I saw one in the flower bed. It's like, who the fuck goes to the public library with an airport bottle? There's the ambulance. William is in the back of the ambulance right now. Or right then he was. So they found his vehicle further down the road. So I guess this guy had some car trouble or something and then got out on foot and started walking. He's taking photographs from outside the vehicle. This is, taking photographs of things that are within plain view. At this point in time, even though they have keys to the vehicle, they don't have the legal right to go inside this vehicle. They have not obtained a search warrant yet. So he's just documenting things from the outside. And then later on, they do get a search warrant, and there are photographs from inside the vehicle, and I'll show you what those photographs consist of. I guess he dropped his price down to... Oh, no, he increased it. Or maybe he did drop it. I don't know. What is that? It's hard to see what that originally showed. I don't know if that's... I don't know, that seems a little high for a 2009 model car with, what was that, 114,000 miles on it. Yeah, I wouldn't pay that. Fun 6-speed. Nice car. Yeah, okay. All right, so that's it from this deputy's photographs. Now we'll move on to the next. All right, here are the photographs of the officer after he was removed from the scene and taken to the station after the shooting. So when these type of photographs are taken, generally a photograph from afar of the officer will be taken showing what they looked like at the time of that incident. This is documenting that he is clearly dressed in a uniform. He is very visible as police. There's no mistaking the fact that this guy is a police officer. He's got the duty belt on. He's got the outer vest on. He's got the hat on that says GRPD. He's got his badge on there. When we go to the next picture, you see him from the side. Very visible patch that says police on it. And then on the back, it says police. So there's no mistaking the fact that this guy is a police officer. And so this kind of documentation is important to be able to show that, hey, the person that was shot, they're saying that the reason they pulled their gun is they didn't know that this was an officer, or this dude's estate, because he ended up dying. They could say the same thing. They could argue, well, he didn't know this guy was a cop. He wasn't clearly dressed. He wasn't clearly marked. Well, we know from the scene photographs he's in a marked car. It's very obvious. He's in a patrol uniform. It's very obvious he's an officer. The other thing about why these photographs are taken here is to also document, for example, if there's any blood on them, any ripped clothing, torn equipment, or anything like that, to be able to document, any injuries the officer may have had during this fight. Taking photographs of the hands. This is a typical thing to be done to show what the hands look like, to be able to document whether they, were involved in a scuffle with the person, whether or not, they might have punched him or not, or anything like that. Taking photographs of the shoes to show the tread pattern of the shoes. That way, if they had to, recover any prints or footprints from the scene, they'd be able to say, hey, this is the shoe that matches up with this, print over here in the ground that we was able to photograph. Or to photograph if there's any blood on there, or if there's any material on the bottom that could have transferred from the scene onto the shoe, or things that could have been on the bottom of the shoe that could have transferred to the scene itself. Photographs of the gun. So obviously this is the photograph of the gun that was used. And then the rounds that were recovered from the officer. So he's got the magazine that was in the gun. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 rounds total. So there were 13 rounds in this magazine. This one was the one that ended up being chambered, I would suspect, because it's all by itself. And these were the ones that came out of the gun. So they're documenting how many total rounds are there. And then documenting the type of rounds. This will show that, these are the same casings that were there at the scene itself. documenting that there is a magazine missing from the magazine pouch itself. There's another magazine there, and then I should be counting all the rounds that are in it. We got 13 rounds in there. So now they're able to fully account for all his shell casings, or all the ammunition that he had on his person. The 2 magazines that had 13 rounds, and then the empty magazine at the scene, and all the 14 casings that were there at the scene. So all of these rounds are accounted for now, and that is the end of this slide. All right, moving on to the next. All right, so these are the photographs taken by the drone. I don't think that these photographs really show a whole lot, but I still wanted to show them to kind of give you an idea about how the drones are used to document the crime scene from an aerial point of view. So we see markings here on the ground where these are very visible from the air itself. And take note of like the number 6 right here. Since it could be viewed from a different angle in the air, it's important, to put, a line at the bottom of the number, kind of showing that, hey, this is number 6, not a 9. But as you can see, the photographs are taken into little segments, and so he'll go a distance out from one point of view, or from one reference point. So let's say number 7 and 6. He'll go out to a certain extent and then stop. And then we see from the other side of the road, same thing. So he goes out a little bit distance and then stops and then moves down. Right? So we were kind of right in here. Now he's starting here and moving out that way, and then boom, now moving out the other way. Now this is going to be showing from here, going down the road a little bit, and then boom, from the other side, kind of going back. And there's not much there. You can't see a whole lot. Everything has been kind of moved and recovered. But the drone is just documenting completely what the scene looked like from above. We can see the drone operator right there with his little landing pad right here. I thought that was kind of funny. All right, and that is it for the drone photographs. Moving on to the next. All right, so here are the photographs of the Mini Cooper's contents after they obtained the search warrant. So at some point, they've put crime scene tape around the vehicle to keep people from going up to it, messing with it, securing that self as a scene in of itself. I don't know how far away this guy made it on foot from his vehicle. Maybe that will be in the incident report. I glossed over the incident report. It is like 300 pages long. So maybe when I get into the incident report, that information will come to light. So it's obviously, we didn't see any snow on the vehicle from the last photograph. So at some point after the shooting, it snowed a little bit. So looking at the back here, seeing this kind of flattened out space right here, almost, it would have made me almost wonder if he'd been sleeping in his car. But he does have a hotel room, so it doesn't seem too terribly likely that he's been sleeping in the back of his car. It is interesting that this one space right here is clear and flattened out. There's a lot of contents inside this vehicle, and it could be that he had been moving stuff, and that's why this space is like this. It previously had a bunch of stuff and he's offloaded it somewhere. So here we can see they've removed all the contents from the rear of the vehicle and they've placed it out onto this tarpaulin here. So the toolbox looking thing here, just some basic hand tools. Some of this has obviously like personal information on it. You can tell that this is some type of mail, probably has mailing address and names and stuff on it, which is why it's been blocked out. Just looks to be like a lot of mail. It talked about in the incident report his tablet and some of the other stuff on his phone as well. They documented that most of the stuff on there was just of personal nature that didn't really show anything of value on there. It did note that there's a lot of pornography found on his devices. But other than that, it's just, things that did not relate to the investigation. I have no idea what that is. Octane booster. Alrighty then. Pills and more mail. Looks like he banks through U.S. Bank. No idea what kind of medication this is. I'm guessing some of these rounds were what was in his pistol. It's a 9mm. The pistol that he had was a 9mm. They found a large sum of cash in his vehicle. I forget the total amount, but it was a few $1,000s that they found in his vehicle. Here we go. There was two different amounts they found. There was one that was like a few $1,000s, and then another amount was. It was a lot. It was a lot of money, and I found it surprising that that dude had that much cash in his car, and he walked away from it and was walking down the road. I, for one, would not want to leave that amount of cash laying inside a vehicle. But I guess at that point in his life, he had decided that where he was going, he wasn't going to be bringing any cash with him. I have not got to the text messages yet, but there are some photographs of the text messages that kind of lead towards what this guy's mindset was. And the guy's mindset was to unalive himself at some point. So I don't know if the car broke down and that was just his final straw moment. He just started walking and then came across the cop, and then that was it. Like, that was, hey, here's my ticket out. No idea, but it's very peculiar that he would leave this amount of cash in his car just sitting on the side of the road. Seems a little crazy. I wouldn't be leaving that much cash around. That shit would be with me. I don't know why in this right here they don't blur the money out, but in this one right here they blur the money. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Checkbook. All right, that is it. No more photographs from the car. On to the next. All right, so here is his motel room. They got a search warrant for it, and use his keys from the scene to get us out of the room. Oh, what's this? I can't. Coffin Corner Boys? It's interesting. Yeah, Coffin Corner Boys. I don't know what that is. Let me do a quick search on that. It's always interesting sometimes for these incidents to see just like oddity little things there that kind of just stand out, and they're like, huh. Coffin Corner Boys. 1 bomber, 10 men, and their harrowing escape from Nazi-occupied France. A story of adventure, survival, loyalty, and brotherhood. Taken off from England on March 16, 1944, young Lieutenant George Starks and the 9-man crew of his flying fortress were assigned to the Coffin Corners. Okay, so looks like it might be a pretty interesting book. $50. It's not that bad of a price. So these are obviously just things of personal nature. I don't know if he was attempting to sell guns to this place. There is another file of photographs of guns that I'll be showing. We got a calendar. So this is May of 2023. So after he paid Chase, he's got a balance of this. Called Jerry Morris for update if she signed or not. I believe he's going through a divorce. Pay electric bill. I don't know why he's paying an electric bill if he's in a hotel. Renew track phone. Something. Pay. I don't know what this is. Pay something on the 20th of every month. Flo Neelitz Lab. No idea. Yeah, divorce court. I can't make out the writing that's down here. It's too faint looking. Now into June. Pay electric bill. Pre-trial. And then there's other stuff written on there that I can't really make out very well. So it might have been that the house, because there's a file of pictures for the guns, and it says from residence. But I can't remember what the incident reports had talked about. So like I said, I skimmed through the incident reports. So this may have been a house that him and his wife had been staying in, and he's no longer staying in the house, but he's still paying electric, maybe because it's in his name, or he's been told to do it. There could be, I don't know if there's kids involved or not. March, worst day in my life. I did nothing. She lied because I was not going to sponsor her green card. Liar. Dude's sucks. Like, dude's got yeah. I'm assuming this, I don't know why they blocked this one out. It's got to be maybe a doctor's appointment or something like that, because they are very on about blocking out anything doing with medical stuff. His wallet. So I guess he had left his wallet when he left the room. And we got multiple different cards here. Just health cards. Looks like financial cards. Got a library card. I'm assuming that's probably going to be his driver's license. Maybe. I don't know what this is. Or maybe it's I don't know. I don't know what that is. When they block stuff out like that, it's really hard to tell exactly what it is. A pistol case. Maybe that was the pistol case that his little Jennings stayed in. Just some random personal papers, personal effects here. I guess Gardner's who he was using for the divorce, maybe. Hot mail. Hot damn. Check number 2010 U.S. Bank for rent. Looks like maybe he was paying for a hotel room, room 7 at 151 12th Avenue, maybe. Yeah. Towing bill. So I guess he needed a start. So I guess the battery in the Mini Cooper is going bad. Which is interesting too, because, you know, with the amount of money that he had, he could have got a new battery or done a repair on the vehicle. And I don't understand why they're blocking out money. Why would you block out money? Like, what? I don't get that. That's probably one of the dumbest things I've ever seen get blurred out or censored out. Money. Like, fucking $20 bill. interesting. And wasn't he trying to sell it for like $6,000 or something? All right, and that is it from his hotel room. On to the next. All right, so these were described as firearms recovered from residents. So this is a duty belt. It's very minimal. There's not a whole lot of stuff on there. It's just a revolver, 2 pouches for speed load, handcuff case, and what I'm guessing is a radio pouch case. Again, so this guy is a former police officer and a former chief of police. So this could have been something that he had when he was a peace officer, and he just, kept it for sentimental values. It's possible he also did security work or something like that. I don't know, but this thing looks kind of old. Like, it looks like it's been around the block. So it might have been something that he had back in the day, and he just kept it for keepsake. He had a rifle. This is going to be a Ruger rifle. I mean, decent rifle, I guess. I mean, I don't know much about the Ruger rifles, but he does have cheaper ammo here. He's got the Wolf ammo. Steel cased ammo, I just don't think is the greatest thing to be running in AR platforms. Steel in AK platforms, no problem. AKs will eat anything. ARs can be a little bit more picky. I've always tried to describe AKs are kind of like biker chicks, and ARs are kind of like prom queens. So the AK will take anything. The AR is a little bit more picky on what it wants, and steel case ammo is just not the greatest for rifles. Now, it's interesting that he's got this gun and all that cash, but yet he still chose to carry a freaking Jennings pistol. Like, just some stuff I just don't get about this guy. Probably a family rifle, maybe something he had from childhood or something like that. I mean, there's not that much of a great value in a little .22 rifle like this. So it's got to be something, from the family line, I guess. Maybe something he used as a kid. Maybe this was something his dad had. I don't know. Typically rifles like this are for, hunting, like squirrels, rabbits, little small game like that. Or just, fun target shooting. Definitely not anything tactical. Some more ammunition. Guess that was for the revolver that he had. There's some of that. I said it was Wolf. I guess it was Tula ammo. I think this stuff is made in the same area, same plant, just different names on it. And that's it from those photographs. All right, on to the next. All right, so these are text messages between him and his ex-wife. So it starts from April 4th, and I forget what day it ends on, but it's a kind of a multi-day kind of conversation going on. They don't show what the video. I don't know if this is a recorded video chat or if it's just designated in a log that a video chat occurred or not. But I guess after, this message was sent, he tried to do a video chat with her. I guess, had a lot to say, a little too much in text. This message right here. That's kind of telling, right? That's kind of going into what his mindset is leading up to this incident. This is indicative to me that he's thinking about not being alive anymore. I have to avoid saying the S word, because if you say it too many times on YouTube videos, you get a bunch of emails from YouTube asking, "Are you okay?" And then sometimes they'll delete some of your videos if you have the S word in there too many times. But more reference to him saying, he's just ready to give up. So this right here is a big red flag. If anyone says anything like this to you, that could be a big red flag that they are in that headspace and they are thinking about unaliving themselves. Sometimes people will say this stuff just to get attention, to try and get sympathy. And, fuck those people who do that. That's wrong. That's why people sometimes don't take these kind of things serious, because he's such a doom and gloom kind of person. He's always in the doldrums. He's always talking sad shit like that. And then boom, they do the thing, and then people are like, "Oh my God, I had no idea. I had no idea he was thinking that way." Blah blah blah. But that right there, pretty telling. If the other ones were kind of, I don't know, maybe what he could mean anything by that. Like this one, like, yeah, if something happens to me, okay. I don't know what bear is. It could be a dog. I don't know. Last will and testament. I mean, that's okay. Like, this is painting a picture of what this guy is thinking about. So I guess he's showing the document of this last will and testament in this photograph that he sent. I guess the content of it. I guess he's leaving a lot of stuff to this woman. And that is it. No more photographs from their messaging. So again, this is pretty telling that this guy's been thinking about unaliving himself. He's gone through the process of doing his last will and testament. Now, just because a person at a younger age, I guess you could say, does a last will and testament, doesn't mean that they're thinking about unaliving themselves. Some people are just prepared because they know that bad shit happens in life. Car accidents occur. Freaking tree limb will fall out from a tree and smash your head and kill you. Heart attacks, that's happening to anybody, right? So it's not uncommon for younger people to have, their wheels and stuff already signed out. Hell, there's people who are 18, 19 years old and they get their wheels together. So just because you do it at a young age doesn't mean, they're thinking about doing the thing. But that, coupled with those statements that he was making, that's very clear. This guy was thinking about unaliving himself. So I feel very strong that with all the stuff that had been building up in this guy's life up until this point, he'd been thinking about the thing, and just it all came to a head when the officer stopped him. And I think in that moment, he came to peace with it and said, "I'm gonna do it." And he did the thing to force that officer to shoot him. It sucks that he was in that mindset. He was in that headspace. That is a very tormenting ordeal to be thinking about that shit here and there for months at a time. The depressing thoughts that person may have had, the self-degrading thoughts, I'm not good enough, I'll never amount to anything. That's some sad shit for someone to be constantly thinking about that, and just the amount of pain and everything that he went through, all that mental anguish, it sucks. It sucks that someone has to go through that. But that's about where my sympathy ends for people who do stuff like this. When you force another person who you do not know to do the thing for you, and now you put them in a spot where they're going to have to remember this shit for the rest of their life. That person may have some self-doubts, like, could I have done this different? Could I have done this? Some people, they don't deal well with having to take another person's life to save their life or others. Some people can move on through it. It's a closed book thing. It's a very simple thing to be occurring. But for others, it's not an easy thing to get past. And I have no idea if the officer involved is, having a hard time with this or not. But you're doing something to someone that's going to stay with them for the rest of their life. That's not fair. That's not right. You should not be doing that to people. And aside from that, him having to live with it, now, right after the incident, that the officer had to fight for his life in that moment. And now that officer is going to have to do the legal fight and the mental fight. So I already talked about that mental fight, sort of. Him having to live with it for the rest of his life. The legal fight. So now that officer's going to have to answer to someone about what he did. A prosecuting attorney will review the stuff. They may put it before a grand jury. A grand jury will be like, okay, yeah, we think there's enough to go forward with some charges. Or they may say, no, there's nothing there. No true bill. Still, there's some process that has to occur there from the criminal side. And then the civil side. What if his family tries to come after this officer? That's shitty. Like, that is... not a great thing to be doing to a random person who has done fucking nothing to you. So that's where like I said, that's where my sympathy ends for people like this. Like, I have enough sympathy to empathize with them and understand that what they're going through fucking sucks. It's horrible. I wouldn't wish that on anyone to be going through that headspace or anything like that. But the minute that they force another person who has nothing to do with them whatsoever to do a thing that they couldn't do themselves, that's where I say fuck them. Alright, so that is it for all the photographs associated with this case. Now I'm going to be going into the incident report. Alright, so here is the full incident report for this incident. Actually, I guess instead of saying incident report, this is the entire case file for this incident. We see a face sheet right here, kind of being like a summary of what the incident is. This is coming from the Wisconsin Division of Criminal Investigation, so it wasn't the local agency that did the overall investigation of this. This ended up going to a higher state level entity. Here we see a summary of the incident itself. So down here it talks about scene control and security. So they're just establishing that there was no break in the control of this scene. They were always under control of it for the entire time. And so that all the evidence collected had not been, tampered with or done anything outside of their viewing. So the authenticity of the evidence, its value is going to be rated higher because of this scene control of it. Talk about a crime scene log being made. I talked about that earlier. Again, anytime there's a crime scene, there's going to be a person standing there with a log noting who came into that scene at what time and what time they left out of that scene. Okay, so it was parked 0.8 miles away. So this part they blacked out. I would imagine that he added in here the description of photographs taken of the body while it's inside there. But they ended up blocking this out because they're very strict about releasing medical information. Some agencies are like this, other agencies not so much. I remember one agency, they did a lot of redactions, and so much redaction to the point that a person who was being interviewed was telling a story about their wife who had passed away, and was talking about, I believe his wife had cancer or something like that. And so they were redacting parts of that conversation, but they didn't redact fully like they should have. They kind of goofed up, and some bits were left in there, but I was able to piece together what exactly he was talking about. But it was interesting to me that they took the time to redact out medical information about another person who's not even alive anymore. So some agencies go really far with their redactions, others do not. This agency seems to go pretty far with redacting medical stuff. So they will talk a little bit more about the body being taken to the funeral home. And so when it gets to that point, I'll talk more about that. But just know that this is not done the same every place. But for a lot of places, it's similar to this. But I'll go more into that when we get to that. Oh, so an ambulance drove over it. Wow. Magazine follower was located just outside the magazine on the roadway with 3 unfired rounds. Investigators identified that the damage to the magazine in the firearm was consistent with an ambulance driving over the firearm. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Okay, so when I initially looked at the crime scene photographs, I talked about, him dropping the gun and it breaking. So I was wrong with that, obviously. Fucking ambulance drove over the gun. So I talked earlier about collection of evidence. So they collected all this stuff, and they're noting that it was transported and put in a secured temporary evidence locker, and they remained there until these guys got them out for packaging and then secured in evidence locker number 10. And they talk about maintaining the integrity of the data contained within the device. So they're fully documenting that all the stuff they've collected was put in an area that no unauthorized people should be accessing. Here is the scene log. Someone, just got a piece of notebook paper and just started writing down, what was going on here. The times, when the person goes in, when they go out. Some more diagrams of the scene. So a photo sheet showing what image number 1 is, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so forth. And so you can see the descriptions here, kind of talking about what they're taking photographs of. And at some point, he did take photographs of the body, but that was not included in the photographs that we looked at. Most places will not show photographs of a body. And so we see that he's talking about taking a photograph of the upper body, the lower body, their head, and then this is blacked out. And so I believe that this is describing some type of medical injury, maybe like a bullet hole or something like that. It's the only thing I can think of when you start seeing left arm, chest, right side. So I think these are just him taking photographs of the bullet holes in this person. Let me just see more and more descriptions of what the photographs were that we've already looked at. So they're doing a scene walkthrough with the officer here. And that is a common thing to do, not just with officers, but also people who've defended themselves in their homes or other places, etc. They'll do a walkthrough with that person. They'll go through the scene itself, and that person will point, they'll point at things, talk about things that went on, to jar their memory so that if there's any other evidence out there that has not been identified or collected, they would be able to identify, hey, yeah, there's evidence right there, or, they would say something that would make the investigator think, oh, there may be evidence right here, and then boom, go collect that evidence, and it can help solidify that case. So some of this stuff, as far as like the location, is blocked out. They give reasons for why they've blacked out some things. Like there's stuff about one of the office locations where these agents work out of. They block the address to that location because it's a sensitive location. They don't want people knowing exactly where it's at. They've blocked out information about a database that they use because they don't want people being able to easily figure out what the database is called and how hackers could gain access to it and stuff like that. So aside from, seeing that kind of stuff being blacked out, date of birth blacked out, that's pretty common in some places. The relationship to people, some of that stuff may be blocked out to kind of protect people's identities. And then obviously phone numbers on some people is being blocked out. Or people's home addresses are being blocked out. Fucking ambulance ran over and parked on top of the handgun. Okay, so this right here, again, documenting that they maintained positive control over the body of evidence, and that there was no way for anyone to go in there and tamper with the body or anything like that. So it varies across the nation on how dead bodies are handled. So in many parts of the country, especially the South, there are elected coroners, and the coroner's office is responsible for investigating all deaths. And in a lot of places, that elected position is held by a person who owns a funeral home. Our county, here in Bowling Green, our elected coroner owns a funeral home. His dad was the coroner before him, and obviously, he owned the funeral home too. So that's a common thing in many parts of the U.S. Now, you start going into very large metropolitan areas with some states, they have a different system set up where they have a medical examiner's office, and there are medical examiners and personnel who will go out to retrieve the body, or there are specific people who will pick the body up and do transports, or the agencies may contact a funeral home and the funeral home will do the transport, or the coroners will do the transport. So it all varies across the nation. Some places, a lot of places, it may be very similar to each other. Other places, it may not be. Where the bodies are stored at before they ever get to the place that does the autopsy may vary. So in these counties where the coroner is a funeral home owner, they're probably going to have their own cooler there at the funeral home, and they'll just take the body to their funeral home and store them there. And then the next day they'll drive them to the medical examiner's office and leave them there. Other places they may get taken directly to the medical examiner's office right afterwards. They kind of operate all night. Like, think about like Los Angeles County. So they've got their own medical examiner's office. They're the ones who come out and get the bodies and stuff. And then once they get them, they bring them straight back to the medical examiner's office, and that's where they stay. There's no freaking like elected coroner kind of position who owns a funeral home that is doing this stuff in big places like Los Angeles or New York. So it's an interesting setup that varies all across the nation. So here they've got basically the police who are taking the body to the funeral home, and the funeral home has a cooler for them to be able to store the body, and they're putting a lock on that particular cooler so that no one else can get into it. Whether this funeral home provides this service for free for the local agencies, or they end up sending a bill for storing a body for X amount of time to the local agencies, I don't know. That does happen in some places. The funeral home that has the ability to store a body, they can send a bill to local governments and recoup some of those costs. But it's interesting. It really is, especially in the southern states where you have the elected position being held by funeral home owners. I really kind of think that's a conflict of interest. That would be no different if we allowed privately operated county jails to be in existence and the elected jailer happened to own a private jail. Like, everyone, well, I would think most of everyone would see that and be like, hey, that is a huge conflict of interest. Why is this guy who owns a private jail also the elected jailer? But for some reason, people just don't think that much into it when it comes to dead people. I think a lot of people are kind of squeamish when it comes to the dead, and they don't want to, think about it too much, and they don't want to say anything that's going to offend the dead people or offend the family of the dead people, and and I think just people they don't care to think about it or look into it a whole lot. But I think most people, if you broke it down to them and explained to them, like, hey, this guy's an elected official, he's responsible for everything involving dead people, and he owns a funeral home, I think a lot of people would be raising questions at that point, especially when you start doing searches and you find that the address to the funeral home is also the address for the coroner's office. The phone number for the coroner's office is also the funeral home phone number. And the coroner's van that says coroner's office also has a little emblem on the side that says the funeral home business name on it as well. Huge conflicts of interest right there. All right, moving on. Not much there. So they're interviewing one of the people who lived there at the scene of the shooting. So he was a West Allis police officer in 1980 or 1981. He then became the chief of police for Tomahawk Police Department. And then worked for probation and parole. So there was one bag that contained $2,577 and the other bag containing $20,000. Dude he had a lot of money on him. And he left it in the car. That's like, obviously, we know where his mindset was going. He was thinking about self-terminating. So obviously money did not matter to him to that point. Let's see here. So this, I believe, is at the autopsy. There's not a whole lot that we're going to see from the autopsy report. They pretty much black the entire report out, except we see that this stuff is included in it. So they've recovered a body sheet, blue jeans, jacket, t-shirt, underwear, pair of socks, pair of gloves, wristwatch, copper bullet jacket recovered from the body bag itself. So at some point, him being put into the bag, that was in his body, in his clothing at some point, and then fell out during the car ride. So it says fired bullet, and then it's blacked out. So this was recovered from somewhere in his body. They blocked that part out because it's medical related, which I think is bullcrap. And again, fired bullet and fragments with blacked out segments of it. And then they took his prints. Since the jacket is not a part of the human body, they didn't block this part out, but you can kind of get an idea about where these bullets could have gone into his body based off them noting the defects in this jacket. So one hole in the upper back, left side, that was identified as an exit based on the defect in the fabric of the jacket. So that round that came out could have been, most likely, one of the rounds they found laying on the ground that they took photographs of. 2 holes in the lower front right side, identified as entrances based on the defects of the fabric. Another entrance. So we got 1, 2, 3, we got 4 entry. So that's okay. So one hole is as an exit, and we got 4 holes that are entrances. So there was more than one round fired or found on the ground. So I hope that we maybe find some clarification about those rounds later on in this report, but I don't know if it does or not. So one thing, if you ever watch movies and someone collects a shirt and they put it in a plastic bag and that shirt's been soaked with blood, that is not a proper way to be collecting blood-soaked clothing. It needs to go into a paper bag initially, and then once it gets to where it needs to go, it gets taken out of that paper bag and it gets hung up to dry. You need to let blood dry out. If not, it's not going to be really good for any of that evidence. So all blood-soaked things need to be set up in a box that looks like a little chicken box, kind of. It's like a little wood frame, and you got the little chicken wire all around it, so that air can be passing through, and the blood can be air drying. So, and there's, companies will make specialty things, to be able to put the stuff in. Other places can make their own dry box, but blood-soaked clothes get laid out to dry. So after they dried, they repacked them into paper bags and then sealed them with evidence tape. So paper bags will allow things in there to dry out, whereas a paper bag will keep in all that vapor, and if there's anything that's still a little bit wet, it will start to spoil and get nasty in there. So here we see the autopsy report itself is completely blacked out. I think that's kind of bullcrap that they blocked all that out. So the autopsy report would have started off with the pathologist basically stating what their observations were of the body. They'd say they observed a whatever age this guy was, male, what clothing they may have had on him, if there was any signs of medical intervention, they'd describe that, and then they would describe what the body looked like naked. They note about genitalia, about whether it appears normal or not, and sometimes they'll put in there if it's circumcised or not. So the autopsy is both a legal examination of the body, and then it's also a medical examination of the body to identify diseases and other defects and stuff like that ends up going into medical databases for statistics and stuff like that, so that 10 years from now, 5 years from now, whatever, there can be a compilation of data showing, different trends and stuff within, males aged, from 35 to 45, whatever. All that stuff gets compiled from the medical aspect. So the autopsy, the pathologist is doing kind of realistically two jobs. They're doing the law enforcement medical investigation aspect, and they're also just documenting medical stuff for the world of medicine. So what the fuck does it matter if the person's circumcised or not, right? Or why in the case of this, we know the dude was shot to death, right? Like, why does it matter, what exactly the liver looks like and, stuff like that. There is some, evidentiary value to that. But again, a lot of that stuff is also going into the whole medical aspect. So there are people who are, autopsied for non-law enforcement investigative reasons. Just simple, figuring out, medical stuff. And from there, they would have talked about doing the normal Y incision into the body, peeling the scalp basically from the cranial vault and opening it and describing what the brain looked like. And then when they did their slices into the brain, talking about if any abnormalities were noted or anything like that. They go through all the different organs, they'll weigh them and describe them, if they look normal or abnormal, how much they weighed, and they'll do their sections on those and report their visual findings of that. And then they'll go into the details of the wound tracks. They'll talk about the description of this one wound in relation to the from midline to clavicle or whatever. They'll do the measurements and say this is where this one round went in, and they'll talk about what that round did inside the body and if it exited or not. I wish I had a visual of what an autopsy report looked like, but you can Google autopsy reports and you can find some of these stuff from other states that's on there. And there's really nothing graphic from the written autopsy report. A lot of places will release the report itself. They just won't release photographs from the autopsy. Especially now, we're into the 2020s. Not many places are releasing photographs anymore. Back in the day, it was a whole lot more common to be able to obtain photographs from autopsies. A lot of places have ended that practice because they're saying, it's invasive, it's traumatizing to the family, blah, 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 blah. I honestly think that it's all public record. It all needs to be visible. And I think that at some point it will get back to that. Just kind of like how you've seen states before basically ban, put a general prohibition on concealed carry. We know that was wrong based off what the Constitution says, and now we are starting to see many states, I think over half the states now in the U.S. have gone to constitutional carry, per what the Second Amendment is all about. So I think it's just going to be in time that these overreaching laws on open records, or the restrictive laws on open records, are going to be repealed, and we'll get to a point where more of this stuff actually gets to become more visible. So they talk about forensic mapping in this, and they talk about the UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle. Not much there. So this mentions their names, so maybe Wisconsin will ask people if they want their names listed in reports or not, because the other person didn't have their names listed, if I remember correctly. Paramedics had instructed law enforcement to drive the ambulance forward to uncover the handgun so paramedics could continue to treat Voelker. So again, they're blocking out what this medic observed as far as medical type of injuries with this guy. So they did treatment for approximately 30 minutes. They spoke with the emergency on-call doctor. They advised them of the treatment that had been given. The doctor then informed them to stop performing life-saving measures. So paramedics and EMTs, they fall under a medical director, a physician who is the ultimate say in a lot of things. So EMTs and paramedics, that's really who they're operating under when they are performing these life-saving measures. And so a lot of things they can do without having to call that doctor. For example, the doctor is okay with these paramedics and their level of training with administering all these different types of drugs without having to call them first. Same with, nurses and stuff that may fall under a doctor. The doctor is fine with the nurses giving certain medications without having to consult with them every single time. Oxygen. Believe it or not, oxygen is a drug. You have to have a prescription for it. So EMTs and stuff giving a patient oxygen, they can do that without having to call that doctor. That's in writing somewhere. When it comes to stuff like, this, where they're going to discontinue life-saving measures, a lot of places they have to call that on-call doctor to get that permission for it. Some places it's in writing that, after a certain amount of time, after certain things are observed, they can go ahead and stop on their own. They don't have to call that person to get permission. It all varies from area to area. So not much there. More people who lived in the area. Not much there, skipping it. For some reason, they've blocked out this officer who did drone photos of the scene. I don't get that one. Alright, so this is where they recover the guns. So at his estranged wife's house. The dog is barking at the lightning outside. So this is the interview with the officer who was involved in the shooting. So going all into their education, I really don't fully see the point in that. Hey, he's stationed at Fort Campbell. Well, worked for the NSA. Okay, that's interesting. So he's moved around a few different law enforcement agencies. This is not uncommon. When you law enforcement is just like kind of any other profession in a sense. So, for example, let's say restaurants. There are people who have worked in multiple restaurants over the years, either as a cook or a waiter, etc. They jump from restaurant to restaurant based off, who pays the best, or do they get better hours, the interpersonal stuff, like are their coworkers, friendly or not, the supervisors, are they good supervisors, bad supervisors, same with people who work in like factories and warehouses, other professions, people, they may stay in that same kind of profession, but they will move from, company to company. And the same happens in law enforcement. Officers will start with one agency. They'll get their foot in the door, stay there for a little while. They'll go to another agency, stay there for a bit, and they're like, you know what, this place sucks, I'm going somewhere else, and then they'll go somewhere else. So very common to see officers move around from agency to agency. Some people think that's like a red flag, like, oh, why are they moving around so much? What's wrong with them? There's nothing wrong with officers going from agency to agency. Again, it's based off pay. Who's paying more? Do you have better accommodations? Are you at this one agency always going to be working nights for the next foreseeable, fucking 10 years? Or does this other agency mean that you're most likely to be able to at least go to days at some point? Getting more pay, or the benefits better? So, yeah, definitely a normal thing to see officers jump around from agency to agency. Wow. 7 full-time officers with the GRPD. That's another thing that I don't think a lot of people realize. There's so many places across the country where that's normal. Like, hell, there's some places where there's only 4 cops. There's some places where there's only 1 cop. Lots of places all across this country and this world where there's only 1 police officer for the little town. Some places it's just 2 of them. That's pretty normal. I don't know how big this Grand Rapids place is, but having 7-time full officers, they're a city police agency, right? But as small as they are and as rural as it is, I mean, they almost might as well be a part of the sheriff's office. Or, you know, the way they operate is very similar to many sheriff's offices across this nation. There's some sheriff's offices around this nation where, again, you still don't have a whole lot of people working, and there's some nights where there's only one sheriff deputy out, or there may be two sheriff deputies out. So they block out information about scheduling and stuff like that. So I guess they're blocking this information out so that the general public can't figure out what the schedule is with that agency to know when officers may or may not be working. So this part right here, so the gun was issued by the police department, but he owned the weapon light and was authorized to attach it to the issued weapon. That is something that a lot of people don't really know about law enforcement in this country, is police officers are forced to have to buy a lot of the equipment on their own. There's many agencies out there where law enforcement officers have to buy their own gun. Like, it's 2023. Why the fuck are we having police agencies require their employees to buy their own guns? They have to buy their own weapon lights. Some are having to buy their own ballistic vests. It's crazy to think like that. Like, to think about that. I mean, shit, we've got volunteer fire departments out there who are able to provide all the turnout gear and all that stuff, and you know, a lot of them are working off donations. You mean to tell me that a government ran agency that is funded with tax dollars that can afford a freaking multiple vehicles and pay salaries and hazardous duty pay and all this, they can't afford to buy a fucking flashlight or a gun? That is so crazy. Even here in Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville is the biggest city here in Kentucky. It's a very large metropolitan area. Their officers, they got to buy their own shit. It's like, think of the tax revenue up there. Like, how much money the Louisville metro government brings in. And their officers are having to go out and buy their own crap. Like, that is so stupid. But yeah, not uncommon. And I think this is also why you see so many people in law enforcement using Streamlight. Now, when it comes to weapon-mounted lights, I believe Surefire, Streamlight, and Mod Light are the top three to go with. For sure, I think Surefire is, one of the better ones out there. But it comes with a price, and when you're having to foot the bill on your own, Streamlight's cheaper. It still provides a really good light, but it is at a cheaper price point than Surefire, and that's why you see so many officers using Streamlight. And the agencies will look at that too. They'll look at Surefire prices and Streamlight prices, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll save money by buying a bunch of Streamlight. It still works, but I guess you could call me a Surefire fanboy. I'm more into the Surefires than I am Streamlights.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition sequence start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition sequence start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition sequence start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition sequence start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition sequence start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition sequence start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition sequence start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition sequence start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2
So they got in his statement on, you know, how many rounds he's loaded into his magazines and how he loads his gun. This is the best way to do it, in my opinion. You know, if you got a magazine that holds 13 rounds and you put that into the gun, you rack that slide and put one in the chamber, take that magazine out, put another round into it, and have a +1 capability there. More ammo, the better. You can do it. Why not? I don't know what this is and why it's blacked out. $6P to $6A. That's a long shift. So he did some traffic stops during the day, went some other calls of service, had to deal with a combative person in the jail. Well, that was awfully nice of him to be giving intoxicated people rides. Some people would, you know, go ahead and lock people up for being drunk out in public. But he was nice enough to give those people rides. So I will say that down here at this point, he was injured during this incident. He fired a handgun without hearing protection on, so he has incurred some type of hearing damage, whether he knows it or not. I do believe that it is important for officers after shootings like this to go to the hospital, get checked out, and to report ringing of the ears, report that tinnitus. This could help a person later on down the road when they are experiencing hearing issues. They have ringing of the ears afterwards, which would be indicative of having incurred hearing damage from such loud noises. I mean, 14 rounds from a handgun unsuppressed, that's loud. That can cause hearing damage. So if he later on down the road needs to have some treatment for that, have some type of disability rating or something like that, that would be able to help him. So after any shooting, you need to be checked out for your tinnitus there. It could help you out later on down the road because it's a documented thing. If you don't have anything documented after the incident, then people can deny you. They can dispute what you're saying. Okay, so Officer Backlund realized that Voelker had been walking in the direction of the residence where Voelker's estranged wife was living. That's interesting. So the car, now that makes me wonder, was the car able to actually drive at this point? Or did he purposely park that far down the road so that his vehicle wouldn't be noticed and then walk the rest of the way on foot? And if anybody ever saw anything, the description wouldn't be much of anything. So now it makes me wonder, was this guy going to the estranged wife's house to do something bad? Drink wine? That's a hell of a name. Drink wine. So his prior contact with this guy was doing a standby while he retrieved some of his property from that residence. And the guns that were there at the residence were under the bed, and he was not allowed to possess those. So that's a common thing for domestic abuse incidents where a person's been charged with some type of domestic assault and they make bond. Usually a condition of that bond is not to possess any weapons. So the weapons that he had there at the house, he could not legally take and possess. but he obviously had a firearm on him. He had that Jennings firearm. Where did he get that firearm? We did see what looked to be like a pawn shop or gun shop type of business card at the hotel room. It's possible that he went there and bought it. The court paperwork stuff, should make its way up the chain so that when a person does a NICS check, it pops up in the system. Hey, this person's not supposed to be possessing guns. They're going to be denied for buying a gun, etc. It's plausible that that paperwork had not made its way up the chain properly, and that when he went to go buy that handgun from a place and then did the NICS check, nothing came back. That happens. Or it could be that wherever he went to or wherever he bought it from, they did not do a NICS check. And if it was a federal firearms license dealer and they completed a sale without doing a NICS check, they gonna get in trouble. Now, I don't know about that state law. If in Wisconsin they're able to do private to private person sales. I'm assuming they probably can. So he could have seen someone listing this online somewhere and then go met them in person and bought it with cash from that person. And there's no requirement for private individuals to do background checks or anything like that. This officer did have legal representation with him. That should always be something being done. You should always have representation, even when you know you are 110% in the clear. You know that what you did was right. And everyone else can see that what you did was right. You still need to have an attorney, in my opinion. I think that's the best way to go about it. There's just certain things that attorneys who are detached from that incident are going to be able to think about in a clear manner. They're going to be able to think about all the legal stuff and all the facts and how they interchange and everything with each other or interact with each other, and be able to make better informed decisions. As a law enforcement officer, you know some parts of the law, you know about use of force laws, etc., but you are also attached to this incident. You are not 110% in that mental headspace that you need to be in, because you are thinking about all kinds of stuff. You've got all this worry going on, even if you know that you did everything right. And an attorney who is knowledgeable of the law and is cool, calm, and collected in their head, because they got no skin in this game other than them being there representing you. They can think very clearly, think very methodically, and can make better decisions for your benefit. So this is them reviewing the body cam footage. So they basically go through the video and basically put in description of what occurred in this video by basically time stamping it. All right, some more of the evidence here. So I'm assuming this was some kind of detail about putting like maybe an occlusive dressing over the chest or a tourniquet around the arm for a gunshot wound or something. I'm assuming this is why this is blocked out, because it gives a specific description of a medical injury. So this is dispatch advised that he was talking to clinical services. He stated he was depressed and needed mental help. The clinic offered him an appointment on Monday, being the soonest available, but he said it would be too late. So that is kind of the problem with mental health in this nation, is it's, I mean, not all that great. But at the same time, there's really not a whole lot. I mean, there's not a whole lot that can be done the way people, I guess, think that things could be done. When it comes to medicine for physiological stuff, you know, broken bone, constricted arteries, whatever, like those are things that, those are easier to treat. Those are physical things that you can lay hands on or give things to see a direct effect on those things. I've seen it enough, known enough to know that, hey, this is what you do for a broken arm. This is how the best repair works. When it comes to the psychological standpoints of things, there is still so much about the human brain that we just do not know. And it's more of a guessing game with psychological stuff. It's more of a, it's like trying to sew fucking Jell-O together. I mean, it's just a very difficult thing to deal with. And so when people complain about, you know, mental health, there's no services, there's not a whole lot out there, yada, 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 I don't think these people fully understand that in that same breath, there's really not a whole lot that can be done. But the fact that, you know, he's talking to these people and they're, you know, he's saying he's depressed and needs mental help. They're like, okay, we recognize that, but we can't help you until this day. That kind of sucks. That you know, you can't get some treatment soon enough. So this kind of goes into, you know, some of his mental stuff right there, his emotions up and down and all that. This is just one snapshot from one person. So what this person was seeing, they can't see the whole picture, unlike right now where I'm showing you everything from this incident. So me showing you everything from this incident, you're able to put all these different snapshots together and be like, hey, this guy's been thinking about this, that he was wanting to do this, it was going to happen. From this officer's perspective, they only get one slice of the pie. They don't get to see the whole pie. But still, there's enough there, I think, to say, hey, there's something up with this guy. Like, he's freaking emotional, up and down, crying, and all this. Could something more have been done? Legally, no. I mean, this guy did not make any statements to this officer about self-harm or anything like that. So, from the legal standpoint, based on whatever their state law is, I don't think that there would have been enough for this officer to do anything. Just a listing of the other camera footage. Just a breakdown of what they observed on it. I'm going to skip through these. You can pause your video to read them in their entirety. So this is from a WhatsApp message. So this is just their WhatsApp chat. So this is a common thing for agencies to utilize commercial off-the-shelf apps. A lot of stuff is, for police work is contained to, the two-way radios. But sometimes, communications that need to occur don't always need to be on a two-way radio. And so sometimes there will be a group chat made through text message, or sometimes the WhatsApp can be used, or the app GroupMe, or the Signal app can be used, whatever. These apps, depending on state laws and open records and stuff like that, those things can be subject to open records requests, and some places they may not be subject to open records requests. Right now in Kentucky, we've got some interesting stuff going on in regards to what is subject to open records on someone's personal phone or personal email. A current opinion by our Attorney General says that they are not subject to open records. And so that means that if a city mayor and council wanted to, they could have a lot of conversations in their private emails concerning governmental stuff, or judge executives and magistrates could have conversations through email, private emails, concerning county stuff, and none of it's discoverable. None of it can be subject to open records. A judge has said that that's not right, and so it's kind of in this limbo stage, I guess you could say. But generally, a person's private email account is not subject to open records unless you can prove that that personal stuff is being utilized for governmental purposes and is containing governmental stuff. So that is why you should never use your personal email accounts for governmental work. If your agency does not have agency-provided emails, then you need to create a new email account just for that agency alone. Do not be using your personal email account, because your personal email account could end up being subpoenaed. Same with phones. This is why a lot of agencies will issue phones to officers. A lot of communications, a lot of stuff goes on with cell phones. They're very handy tools to be able to use, and because you're doing a lot of governmental work on a personal phone, that personal phone can be subpoenaed as evidence. So if you don't have an agency issued phone, be very careful about what you do with your personal phone. You really need to be operating off of a agency issued phone. If you're using a personal phone, like I said, you need to be super careful about what you're doing with that phone, because it could end up being becoming viewable by everyone once it becomes subpoenaed as evidence. I swear, this is like reading shit from the CIA. Like entire freaking paragraphs and pages is being blacked out. At this time, Chief Peterson arrived on scene and went to look for him. So this is normal for very small agencies, a chief out there doing police work. There are some agencies out there that are so large, have so many people, the chief of police does not do any police work anymore. They sit behind a desk. Our prior police chief, Hawkins, that motherfucker rarely ever wore a police uniform. He was always in a suit and tie. The one before him, I actually heard him get on a traffic stop once. Make a traffic stop. Not just got out with someone, but he made a traffic stop. That's pretty rare for large agencies with a chief that doesn't have to go out and do patrol work. They just don't do any police work anymore. And honestly, when it comes to that, I could totally see a chief of police position being held by a non-sworn person. Like, don't even have to be a police officer to be a police chief. Now, it doesn't make 100% sense to do that, but practically most places, I think it could be done that way because they don't do anything. They literally, all they do is sit at a desk. I 100% believe that in those agencies where those chiefs never go do anything, they always sit behind a desk, I do not believe they should ever get hazardous duty pay. Don't tell me that sitting behind the desk is hazardous, like the people who are working the road, because it's not. What's so hazardous about your job sitting at a desk? Gonna get a fucking paper cut? Nuh-uh. So there are definitely some agencies out there where chief and other high-ranking admin, they don't do shit. And they do not need to get hazardous duty pay. I don't even think they need to have take-home cruisers. Why do you need a take-home cruiser? Is the chief of police of some of these agencies, are they really going to respond to a call at 2 o'clock in the morning? Hell no. Their ass ain't waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Are they going to come in on a Saturday morning, 2 o'clock for something? Nope. Not at all. They don't need a take-home car. But there are other agencies out there. They're really small, and the chiefs do work. They go out and they get in the mud, they get in the ditches and the trenches with the rest of them, and they're just like one of the other ones, right? They just happen to have the little eagle rank on their collar. So here's, this is the report that is being used to say that he violated the conditions of his bond or whatever, not to have contact with them. He even puts it in here. There's no video evidence. It's just statements being made by this woman and the adult son. I don't think that's right. I mean, if it's just them making these statements, that could very easily be lying. Now, do I think they were lying? No, I don't think they were lying at all. Based off everything I've seen about this guy, I think he was acting this way. But that's kind of the scary thing about some things within law. You don't have to have a whole lot to charge somebody with something. You can charge people with all kinds of shit, knowing it's going to fail in court, but you can still do it anyway. Huh. So this guy, he frequently traveled to Thailand to teach English. That's interesting. So he he bought and flipped homes. So there is radio traffic recordings from this incident. I started listening to them, and it'll say the date, or I say the time, the date, and then it'll go into the recording itself. And then when it pauses, it'll say the time and date again, and then do another recording. It's pretty damn annoying. So, and there's not a whole lot to it, because you can hear most of everything in the body cam footage anyway. So I skipped out on including that in this presentation. This looks to be a CAD printout. All right, so this is where they're getting into the information about the phone itself and the contents of it. So, Cellbrite is software used to get evidence off of a phone and maintain that chain of evidence. So you're able to access the phone. Basically, you're making like a mirror copy of the stuff that's on there. That way, you're not going in and typing in the code yourself and going in and potentially adding things or deleting things through the phone itself. You're basically able to copy the contents of the phone and extract those out. That way you can say that no, you didn't add anything to the phone or take anything out of the phone. So this is one thing that does kind of suck about the whole jail process is you could have the money to post bond, but if you can't get to that damn money, you're not getting out. And so you got to have a lot of trust in people to give them access to your account and things like that. And then there may be no way for other people to actually get access to your account. The bank may say that you have to be there in person or be there in person to give permission, add someone to the account, etc. And, if you're in jail, you're obviously not going to be able to show up to a bank somewhere. And I don't think very many banks are willing to send one of their representatives to the county jail to go to the visit room to meet with you to facilitate that stuff. And their policies may not even allow stuff like that. They may have to be at the actual bank under videotape and everything. So it's kind of a crappy situation. All right, so this is what I was talking about earlier. 27,183 images. Many of the pictures were pornographic in nature. Some of the pictures depicted an individual believed to be Voelker. So, who knows what he was doing? So that's interesting. So eBay search for ejector parts for Jennings 9mm handgun. So that crime scene photo where they pulled the slide back and there's a round in the chamber. I had noted that there was a potential ejection issue or ejector issue with that gun, and I guess I was right because he's looking for ejector claw parts. Okay, so the gun and archery store. So he was there trying to find an extractor for his gun. All right, so we've reached the end of the incident report. All right, so that is it for this entire video presentation. There was a lot of stuff covered in this video. If you've watched this whole thing, okay, thank you for watching. If you didn't watch the whole thing, I understand. It's very long, and I sometimes will come across videos on YouTube and be like, man, that's too long for me to be able to listen to at this point. But sometimes, I find the time to be able to sit down and listen to it and watch it. So I get it if you haven't watched the whole thing. So Wisconsin has more stuff like this through their Department of Justice, and I will be doing more videos like this because I know that stuff like this is going to be super long. I'm going to have a video where I have the commentary on it. I'm going to do a video where I don't have the commentary on it because some people just don't want to listen to me. I get it. All right, so if you like what you hear and see, go ahead and give me a like and a share. If you have not already, hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for more Monday quarterback videos. Earl Henderson, Primordial Defense, thank you for watching.